30 seconds and counting. 25 seconds and counting. We are still go. 20 seconds. Guidance alert. The guidance system now going internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, Angry Spaceflight fans. Thanks very much for joining us. As you can tell, this is not the Angry Astronaut. The Angry Astronaut and his producer are currently heading towards the Cape so we can bring you some shots of this amazing rocket taking off and heading back to the moon. Thanks very much for joining us. Get excited in the chat and look forward to seeing you later when we go live from location. Thanks very much. Hi folks, just had a quick update from Angry's producer. They've arrived on location, they're getting equipment set up now, and as soon as we've got a chance to bring you any footage from location, we'll patch that in. Thanks very much. Hi there folks, thanks for sticking with us. As you can see, I'm now starting to get some live feeds through from the Angry Astronaut and his producer. Any more footage that comes through, I'll start patching that through to you guys and keep you updated. Thank you. Okay, I've just had word through from the big guy himself. He should be landing with us at about 4:30 UK time, 15 minutes time, and I'll feed that through the stream, so bear with us.
Sorry about the disruption there, but here we go. We are live. Thank you very much for joining the Angry Astronauts in Titusville, Florida, at a location called the New York Tiki Bar. New York Tiki Bar is where we currently are. And just making sure that everything. Aaron, what's up? So I am operating off of the assumption that we're live and everything is working properly. So we're good. I need to see. Yeah. All right. So once again, folks, sorry for the disruption. It's just the way this sort of stuff happens. And yes, unfortunately there might be wind that's having an impact on the mic. I have no idea. But in any event, we're doing our best, and we will continue to work with it as best we can. All right, so we do have audio problems apparently. Do you hear? You guys hear seagulls, don't you? There's a variety of things that could be causing this, but in any event, did we go ahead and check the audio settings and the just take your time. Check the audio settings. All right, folks, we're continuing to experiment with this, and it is we're in we are in a diner full of seagulls. How about that? That is exactly okay. We're being told that we've got good audio now. So how about that? We are happy about that situation. So fingers crossed. Let's hope that continues. Everybody's saying that the audio appears to be fixed, so we're very, very thrilled about that situation. And yeah, we are currently right on the water, and once again at a place called the New York Tiki Bar. Yeah, and it's a fantastic place to be set up. That's for sure. It could not be better in terms of location. Are we actually live here? Or is this frozen? I don't see the water. I don't see the water moving. Okay. So what are we seeing here?
How'd you guys find out about New York here?
Just happened to find it. By the way, you're live, just so you know. Folks can hear you, just so you know. I don't mind. It's just folks can't hear you. Nope. At the moment, we are, well, of course, we're still running into some issues, but we are. Okay, great. Hey, if it's working, it's working. Once again, folks, we don't broadcast live that often, and it's always a bit of a challenge to make sure that everything is working out well. But here we go. We are preparing for a liftoff. It's very exciting, to say the least. Very exciting indeed. And we're sitting again across the water directly from the launch pad. It's difficult to see, of course, from this particular angle because it's quite some distance away, but it's essentially in the middle of your view. In the middle of your view is where it's located. BJ, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. With Scuttle from the Little Mermaid. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. By the way, producer Derek, can we go ahead and bring NASA? If NASA has a feed to show the viewers, let's go ahead and do that as well. If they don't, that's fine. But if we have a feed so they can see the rocket as well, that would be nice. Yeah, so let's see, what else what we have here. Folks, just once again, checking out to see who we have watching. We are still hours and hours away from liftoff time, although the prop load has already begun. And so at least we have that in process. And so far, we haven't gotten any notifications or any heads up from anyone over at NASA that there are issues with the prop load. So far, no reported hydrogen leaks or anything else just yet. Once again, we have a lot of wind out here, and that's to be expected. Exposed to the water as we are, we're fine. It's not going to blow over. So yeah, That's a lovely day, by the way. We have maybe some possibility of scattered showers. There's a couple of little clouds threatening that might put a bit of a sprinkle onto us or something along those lines. But other than that, yeah, and according to the weather forecast, we are looking at things being cleared by then. You can hear the seagulls in the background. There's some pelicans out here as well. Yeah, very, very exciting indeed what we have going on.
At 12 o'clock. Again at 2 o'clock.
All right, so we have a little bit of showers coming up in the next couple of hours, but it's supposed to be cleared up completely at the time of launch. We are informed that there's an 80% chance of decent weather for this launch. And people are already gathering all these hours prior to liftoff. People are already gathering for this event. Just what an amazing, amazing moment as humanity returns to the moon. At least that's the plan today. We will see how it goes. And yeah, you're right, Mike D. Afternoon showers in Florida is indeed to be expected and shouldn't pose much of a threat. We have a little bit of a sprinkle coming down on us right now, actually. And we may need to pull out. Yeah, we're going to need to pull out. Retreat. All right, folks, it opened up on us. It went and opened up on us, but in any event, we're okay at the moment. There are a number of things that we neglected to do, like an umbrella, for example. That might have been nice, but we just retreated undercover. Just retreated undercover to make sure that our camera didn't get soaked. That is something that we didn't need, but so far, so good. Waiting for this to clear up a little bit, and then we'll go back to our original spot. Yeah, just have a little bit of precipitation right now. So far, so good. All right, we'll go back out. A little bit of precipitation at the moment. Can you go ahead and bring our drinks back out? Yeah. So we're not taking up space there. So folks, once again, we are currently at the Tiki Bar, the New York Tiki Bar, which has a magnificent view. And here we are. So, okay, we're getting NASA. We're also getting NASA footage as well, which is good. So far, so good. Just a little bit of precipitation, a little bit of rainfall disrupting our lives at the moment, but nothing too serious. And once again, something that is extremely common in Florida at this time of year. And really, most of the time in Florida, you're going to get afternoon showers and thunderstorms. There's almost no avoiding them. So in any event, happy to answer questions. Okay, we have liquid hydrogen on both the ICPS and the primary stage. I'd be a bit shocked if it's on the ICPS already. Where it's looking like it looks like we have a completed hydrogen fill on the primary tank. If that is the case, the ICPS very seldom experiences any sort of hydrogen leaks. Yes, correct. We are at 100% on hydrogen. LOX is still in the process of fueling up. That's the ICPS is at 100%. What about the core stage? Yeah. Okay, the core stage looks like it's also filled up. It looks like we have 100% hydrogen on both stages this early in the process. I have to admit, I'm a bit shocked, shall we say, pleasantly surprised that this is going on. If we have a completed fill already and all they have to do now is top off, our chances for a successful launch are extremely high. extremely high. You still make sure you keep charging, please.
Mm-hmm.
Bring my bag over as well, please. All right, folks. Start transferring stuff back over. These showers are going to disrupt us a little bit. All right, folks. Sorry. In the middle of rain, we have to relocate, retreat, get the hell out of the way before the camera gets drenched. These sorts of things. That's always going to disrupt our broadcast a little bit, but we're going to do our best. Continue to bring this to you. We have, of course, hours and hours left before the launch window opens, but nevertheless, it is looking very promising indeed to be in this situation without any hydrogen leaks. Okay, when I get a moment, get a quick reminder. Success on this mission means another launch of the moon around what date? Landing vehicle identified. Thank you very much for that question. Illusion, I believe, Illusion's Edge. The situation with Artemis 2 continues to be fluid. We used to have a very clear idea as to what we were going to be doing with Artemis 2, and then Jared Isaacman went and changed everything. Not to say that that was a bad thing that Jared Isaacman did. It just changed everything. So what happens now, because Isaacman believed correctly that it was going to be a bad idea to try to dock the Orion spacecraft with a lunar lander for the first time in lunar orbit, he felt, again, correctly, that that would just be a terrible idea. See, it seems to be frozen. But
it's frozen because this is our preview.
Right. Okay. So in any event, that being the case with and once again, sorry for the disruptions there, but when Isaacman made that decision that really we needed some practice in terms of docking, then it was decided to go ahead and change Artemis 3 to a docking practice mission. So what's going to happen is the SLS is going to launch Orion.
I need to point out that I will accept none of this shit today. I'm not having people say that this is another challenge.
You need to calm down. Calm down.
Sorry. I'm saying there's another challenger event.
Yeah, okay. Guys, well, we've already eliminated it, but just to be clear, folks, we don't any mention of the Challenger or anything else that involves astronauts being killed. We have zero tolerance for that on this. You will be permanently banned. I'll take you off this channel forever. I don't want any talk of astronauts being harmed. We're talking about people's families sometimes watch this. As a matter of fact, during one of my live streams, the mother of the Canadian astronaut who's on this mission happened to check out one of my live streams and noticed that somebody commented that he hopes that the rocket blows up. After that, she didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore, even though, of course, I wasn't the one saying it. But nevertheless, she was asking what kind of people are watching your streams. We have zero tolerance for that sort of talk. I'm fine with, saying negative things about NASA, criticizing NASA, whatever. But any talk that suggests that you hope that or even anticipate that astronauts are going to be killed, we're not going to tolerate that. All right. I'm through with that. Let's continue with our coverage of this. So the Artemis 3 mission will be a docking in orbit. It will be a pretty unexciting mission. But what will happen is it's going to dock with either one or both of the HLS solutions that NASA has selected. The folks that won the HLS contract, HLS standing for Human Landing System. And those two systems are SpaceX Lunar Starship and Blue Origin Blue Moon. So they're going to attempt, depending on if those vehicles are ready, if only one of them are ready, then they'll dock with that vehicle, and that vehicle will very likely be the one landing on the moon. So if Lunar Starship is ready and Blue Origin isn't, then SpaceX will be landing. In the reverse, Blue Origin will be landing. If both are ready at the same time, then NASA will be in a really good situation. Then they'll practice docking with both vehicles in orbit. And by the way, this is precisely what they did with Apollo. They did an orbital test of Saturn V, of the LEM, of the Apollo capsule, everything in Earth orbit before they tried to do anything in lunar orbit. And finally, they made a decision to change the nature of Artemis 3 to that kind of mission. That was a good idea. But then after that, we transitioned over to Artemis 4 being the first lunar landing mission. And that will involve, currently anyway, as far as we know, SLS and Orion, the SLS rocket system, and whatever HLS system is the most mature, the most ready to do the job, either Lunar Starship or the Blue Origin Blue Moon. The targeted time is at the end of 2028. Although the idea is to launch one lunar landing mission at about second quarter 2028 and a second landing at the end of 2028. In my opinion, I think that that's really optimistic thinking. I don't think that either HLS system is going to be ready that fast, but maybe so. They are pressing very hard to make this happen in time, but that is the current plan. Like I say, that was a lengthy answer to your question, but at the same time, I hope that that was understandable. Yes, it is. It is launching today. That is the current plan. We don't know exactly when it's going to be launching. The current launch window opens up in about 6.5 hours or so. We're still quite some distance away from liftoff. However, as of right now, it appears that the hydrogen load has gone smoothly. The liquid oxygen is still in the process of loading, but we haven't had a liquid oxygen problem, a liquid oxygen fueling problem. If we run into any issues, let's do it when we take a break. All right. If we had any liquid oxygen, any liquid oxygen fueling issues, we haven't had them in the past. So in my opinion, I doubt we're going to run into that. So fortunately, we don't seem to have run into a hydrogen fueling issue as I thought we might, even though they did wet dress rehearsal. They practice again after rolling the rocket back out. Even though they didn't do that, it appears that this is working out well. So very, very excited about it. And yes, we've had some rain here. We're just outside of Titusville, kind of between Titusville and Cocoa Beach. Once again, just to let you folks know, you need to communicate with Derek and tell him I can't see any of his messages. As far as, but as I say, we're between Cocoa Beach and Titusville at New York Tiki Bar, New York. If you're in the area and you want to come out and say hello, feel free to do so. Folks here are very nice. They've got food, they've got drinks. They're ready to give us quite a show. Although keep in mind, you cannot bring your own food and drinks here. If you're gonna come out here and watch.
Made a channel post this morning so they can get directions if they are in.
Okay, and we also have a post on the channel with directions if you want to come out here and say hello. Once again, it's the New York Tiki Bar. Like I say, I'm happy to answer any further questions. And don't forget, folks, to like and subscribe. And in addition, if you'd like to support this channel in any way, I'm not going to say no to a super chat, or you can support us on Patreon. Details are in the description. These trips, we love them. We love doing them. We love to bring you all of this stuff in person from these launch sites. And the way that we can do it is with you guys' support. That's why we're here. Love to do it again. Okay.
We're talking about yesterday.
Yeah, we're about to get cooked all day by the sun. Yes, and that's very.
We're talking about the solar activity for the astronauts.
Oh, right. Okay. There's a discussion. Yeah, and I just released a video about this. There's a discussion in terms of the solar storms that are going on right now. I just released a video an hour ago, I think, maybe even less. It might have been a little over an hour ago regarding this very topic. But let me give you a heads up in terms of what the content of that is. Even if there is a solar storm, this launch should still go. And let me tell you why. Orion is designed to endure a solar storm. It has a solar storm shelter that the astronauts can hide in. And if we're going to be setting up a permanent human presence in an area that's outside the magnetosphere, which is where a moon base is going to be, and if we ever go to Mars, it's going to take 6 months one way, 6 months going back the other way. It's very possible that our astronauts are going to get caught in a solar storm. So we need to test these solar storm shelters. We need to see whether or not they work. So this is actually an ideal time to fly. Not that I'm enthusiastic about the idea of these 4 people getting blasted by solar radiation. But the thing of it is, they are well aware of that possibility and they're prepared to do it. As a matter of fact, they have a solar storm drill that they are going to go through on day 8 of this mission, where they're going to go through the entire process of a solar storm experience, do everything that they need to do to fortify the storm shelter against radiation. So if, even though this is a bit of a scary time, obviously it's a bit scary to be flying at a time when the sun is very active. Sure, that's frightening. But at the same time, this is a very good time to be doing that, because this will show us whether or not our solar storm protocols are going to be effective.
Send a new link over so you can happen to the audio on this one.
So we lost audio, so they didn't hear it.
Lost audio. It's a bit.
Okay, so we got some problems with audio, apparently, folks. We're going to go ahead and send a new video link over to try to rectify this situation. So don't worry, folks. We'll be back here.
He's saying it's not bad enough to warrant the refresh.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. We're not going to go ahead and resend it. So we're good to go. And like I say, folks, we have time to spare. It's going to be hours and hours before this liftoff takes place. So don't worry about that. We've got a considerable amount of time before we're going to be looking at anything. Go ahead and dig through here and find. I've got paracetamol in there. Get 3 of them out. Sorry, folks. Going to be fighting a headache and taking some Tylenol. It's called paracetamol in the United Kingdom. There isn't as much. There it is. I've got it. Thanks very much. Very much. Definitely going to be fighting a headache as the day goes on. The typical thing that I run into anytime I'm underneath a blazing sun and trying to broadcast at the same time. And again, feel free to ask any questions. Anything you'd like me to answer? Anything you'd like me to address?
Remember, you can just join Angry Advocates.
Thank you. Oh, wow. We have a new Angry Advocate. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it, Illusion's Edge, for joining the Angry Advocates. You can either join on Patreon or you can hit that little join button. Either one works. And then you get access to exclusive content and also early release. I release a lot of early release stuff pretty much almost every day. I would say the Patreon folks who are on the stream would tell you that most days they see early release content on this channel. Bear with me for a moment, folks. I'm going to go ahead and take my Tylenol. I'll be right back.
Lovely day.
All right, folks, I am back. Once again, happy to answer your questions as we wait for liftoff. Right. Just a quick reminder, folks. This is not. Oh, I can be heard, right?
I think so.
Okay, guys, if there's any issue comes up with the audio, please let me know. But in any event, there's no landing involved here, just to be clear. This is an orbital mission. They're gonna fly around the moon and a free return trajectory and come back. The reason they're doing this is they need to test all of the systems on the Orion, life support, navigation, the radiation protection, if that becomes necessary. They need to do all of that in interplanetary space. And while they're doing it, they're going to fly around the far side, what used to be called the dark side of the moon, and they're going to see some things that no human eyes have ever seen. Because even though the Apollo missions orbited the moon, obviously on both sides as well, they were very close. They were in what's called LLO, low lunar orbit. And so they couldn't see all of the moon, the entire far side of the moon, only parts of it. And so because they're flying so far to the moon, they will actually travel further away from Earth than any humans have ever traveled in history. They will have an opportunity to see the entire far side of the moon. And that, even though obviously this has been done before by robots, the fact that humans get to do it gives a unique opportunity to see some very interesting things. So these 4 astronauts are getting a really fantastic experience here, a very unique experience in many ways. Even though they're not actually landing on the moon, they're traveling to cislunar space, putting the Orion spacecraft through its paces. Yeah, we've got some exciting stuff happening. Still checking on the questions coming up. Thank you so much, John Morgan, for the $5. Thank you. On a day like today, super chats are really super appreciated. They definitely help us. So thank you very much. So, you know, our hotel expenses alone were over $2,000. It is not an inexpensive thing to come and see an Artemis launch because, of course, everybody's going to take maximum advantage.
There it says the audio got better for a second. Said the audio got better for a second, so I was just trying to see if we can take something.
All right, folks, we're continuing to, if there continues to be audio issues, we're continuing to try to work with them to the best of our ability. And we got sun coming out again. We're happy to answer any questions, folks. Anything coming up right now? We're gonna continue to try to work with the audio. Again, we have a lot of wind out here, and also a lot of background noise, and that background noise is going to increase as the crowds continue to gather. So best we can to bring you as good a quality as possible. No, it's the mic. The mic is not wireless. It is hooked up. 39B viewing from Max Brewer Bridge. Very good in terms of quality. Really, really terrible in terms of how much you're going to have to deal in the way of crowds and driving there. So once again, just to reiterate for those of you who are unfamiliar with what's happening, today is Artemis 2 liftoff day. After all of the delays, after all of the the various things that have caused frustrating problems with all of this. We seem to have a rocket prep that's going very smoothly. We have a successful fueling of the rocket that doesn't seem to have had any issues whatsoever. So looks like we have a very good chance for a flight to the moon today. A very good chance indeed that SLS / Artemis 2 is going to head to the moon with 4 astronauts on board, including the first woman to ever fly to lunar space, and the first Canadian, and the first black man. Yeah, I'm using a different app, so the echo off thing, it shouldn't make a difference there. I'm not even sure if I have an echo off function. So in any event. Yeah, it's a big moment though. A big moment indeed. Dystopian, thanks. I appreciate you giving me the feedback on the audio. All we can say is we'll do the best we can. We're done. It's folks. Once again, happy to answer any questions. Back solar storm that blasted up. Yeah, the solar storm that happened yesterday is not going to present any sort of threat or any sort of problem to this mission today. However, it must be kept in mind, just to be clear, the sunspot that created that solar storm. So, we have fine, clear audio. Everybody's cool with it. The sunspot that created that solar storm has rotated to the point to where it's facing directly at us now. So it is very possible that after liftoff, Artemis 2 may encounter a solar storm. And that, in some ways, is what we want, even though it's not a great thing. It's a lot of high energy radiation. But at the same time, Orion is designed to endure that. And these astronauts are trained to build up, fortify their solar storm shelter to deal with a situation like that. So testing it is probably a good thing to do. And if it's not ideal, if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, then we know that we need to improve it. We need to fix it. Yes, there are holds in the launch countdown. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Actually, for the most part, just to give you an idea of the shielding, it's a mixture of things. The storm shelter is located kind of at the base of the vehicle where the heat shield is located. And so the heat shield is already providing some protection. And then what happens is, interestingly, the astronauts spend 30 minutes building up a pillow fort around themselves with water, supplies, food, everything, especially water. Water has a really good radiation absorbing characteristics. And then they hunker down inside that pillow fort, shall we say, for as long as 24 hours until the storm passes and the radiation levels get to acceptable levels. So it's a curious way to do it, but at the same time, it is effective, or at least it's supposed to be effective. In addition to that, all of the astronauts are wearing astro-rad vests, which are supposed to provide radiation protection for their torsos. So that will be helpful. All right, well, mate, what's your charge looking like?
59. I've been running this for a little while.
All right. Yeah, okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and switch cameras because we don't have a dedicated power supply here. So we're going to switch cameras. I'm going to charge the camera that we're using right now and switch out to a different one. So bear with us for just a couple of minutes, and then we will be right back to you.
Now, it's live.
All right, folks. Can you hear me okay? Aaron, don't walk away, please. All right. All right, folks.
We've got somebody there.
Doing our best here. Hope you guys can hear me okay. And we just switched our cameras. That's why. Bear with me for just a moment here. I'm bringing up the chat so I can see what's happening. All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. And apparently I can be heard according to Dystopian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nope, not mad about the launch, not currently. So far, the fueling seems to be going far more smoothly than anybody anticipated. So things seem to be going quite well. Oh, seems like the sound is good. We just got a new mic, so maybe that's what's doing it. Haven't seen, but others are talking about the fireballs. I'm familiar with these. Oh, yes. It is an interesting thing that's going on at the moment. Currently, what's happening is we have a lot more meteor activity than we've had as this last period. I don't know how long it's been, a month or so, of just nonstop visible meteor activity. I mean, the middle of the day, we're seeing fireballs, again, indicating that these are fairly sizable meteors that are entering the atmosphere. It's actually been the most reported atmospheric fireballs, especially in the middle of the day, that's ever happened, is my understanding. Again, interesting. Does that just mean there's more people watching? Or does it mean there's something going on, that we're passing through an area of new debris that was perhaps left behind by a comet? We've had quite a number of sizable comets pass through the solar system recently. And then, of course, we had the bizarro object 3I Atlas, whatever you choose to believe that is. And yeah, a lot of interesting stuff happening in the solar system this year, and last year for that matter, since about the summer of last year. So perhaps those objects left some debris behind. And so that's why we're seeing these things. These fireballs are still relatively small objects. We're only talking things that are maybe a ton or so, maybe 1 or 2 metric tons, not even like the size of a car or anything like that, although some of them have been, approaching that size. So yeah, very interesting that we have this going on, and very excited indeed to see if this continues. If it does, then yeah, we've got something weird going on. Okay, feel free to ask any other questions. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm very excited. Which stage of the flight is the most risky? There's a lot of stages that are risky. There's no question about that. In my opinion, the biggest risk point is when you're the furthest away from Earth. You have a malfunction hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from home, and it's going to be very difficult to rectify that problem. Even if you had a full stage, even if you had a pad explosion or something cataclysmic like that as the rocket was climbing, the escape tower on these things are very good. They provide an enormous amount of thrust. I mean, we're talking almost the same thrust as a full-fledged Raptor engine being delivered to a tiny capsule with only 4 people in it. So it's about a 17G acceleration to pull them clear of the exploding rocket. So even if the rocket blows up during ascent, that's not a problem. But we just had a fish jump. And let's see, what else would happen if you got into orbit? If there's an orbital problem, it's not too difficult to get the vehicle to re-enter and to conduct an emergency re-entry and splashdown. That's very doable. So really, the part that has the greatest risk currently is when the vehicle is the furthest away from Earth, when it's days away from return. If any problem comes up with the life support system or the propulsion system, that could be really problematic. But fortunately, we're talking a lot of backup engines, a lot of redundancy built into this design. So we should be okay in that regard. 0 to 500 miles an hour in 2 seconds. Yeah, it is quite amazing indeed. Oh, did you? Well, negotiated that treaty. That's cool. That's very interesting. It could be space junk, but it probably isn't. Space junk, in order to create these loud explosions that we're hearing, it would have to weigh a lot more than most space junk generally does. It has to be a more solid, heavy object to create these loud explosions as they come in and essentially blow up. So yeah, I don't think the fireballs are debris. Debris enter differently. So, and also slower too. Anything in low Earth orbit is going to enter more slowly than something coming in from an interplanetary trajectory. Okay, so, NASA gave us the horsepower equivalent one time. So yeah, I'm not really sure. All right, folks. So once again, happy to answer any questions. We got over 200 people watching hours and hours prior to liftoff. Very excited to see that. Very excited to see that we have a very sizable crowd joining us today. That's great stuff. And we'll keep broadcasting to the best of our ability. We may have to go offline for a little while to recharge our equipment periodically. We thought we had power here, but really we don't. I mean, we have power to recharge. There's no problems there, but we don't have ongoing power. So
RS-25 is 12 million horsepower.
okay, thank you. Each RS-25 engine is 12 million horsepower. So you're talking 48 million horsepower for 4 RS-25 engines. And then you add in the solid rocket boosters, which has a whole lot more horsepower than that. So
Each RS-25 is the equivalent of 160,000 Corvette engines.
no, 160,000 what?
Corvette engines.
Corvette engine. So yeah, each RS-25 engine is the equivalent of 160,000 Corvette engines. That's pretty astonishing. And again, these are the engines that powered the space shuttle program since 1981 until the final flight in 2011. And just so you know, these are the same engines. The RS-25s that are powering this rocket are the same engines that were used on the shuttle. It's not the same design or anything. These are the very same engines that were used on multiple shuttle launches. So yeah, these engines have been to space before. They're tried and true. The RS-25 series never had a failure. Not once. The only thing that had a failure was the solid rocket booster. And even then, you can't call it a failure exactly because it performed as it was supposed to.
Yeah. It can, absolutely. It's not currently on. Did you want?
No. I just wondered what it was.
All right. So we have a lot of folks around us, just so you know.
Like if you look right there now, and we put that on, it just reduces some of the light.
One engine is dystopian. One engine was new and had never been used before, and they swapped it out. That engine had run into some issues, so they've actually swapped it out with another engine that was used before. So actually all 4 have flown before. Originally, the idea was that one of the engines was a relatively new construction. However, that engine ran into some problems, so it actually got swapped with another veteran engine.
These are infinitely useful because it's the same thing that I'm on.
Got it. Someone from Calgary, very happy. By the way, feel free to let us know where you're watching from.
Oh, okay.
All right, folks, once again, I don't want this commentary annoys me.
Thank you for telling me.
No problem.
Moderators, the whole thing about expecting it to burn up on reentry, I do not like that because that involves the death of astronauts. I want that removed, please. I mentioned this at the beginning of the broadcast. I'm going to do it again. I don't have any problems with, you can talk crap about NASA, whatever, talk about the issues that we have. Any statement saying that you're expecting astronauts to die, I'm not going to tolerate that. We've got family. These people have families. One of the parents of the Canadian astronaut on this flight saw one of my live streams and saw that somebody commented that he hoped that the rocket was going to blow up, and they were so turned off that they denied me an interview because they said, "What kind of people do you have watching your stream?" I'm not cool with that. I don't want any talk about any scenario where people are going to die. I tolerate a lot of stuff on my channel, but just not that. Okay, folks. What else we have here? Hey, David, thanks for checking in from England. Hello, Ocala. Hello, Greece. Hello, Calgary. Hello, London. Hello, Four Marks. Hello, Sweden. Hello, Aylesbury. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Wow. 3 military commissions in 3 nations. That's mind-blowing. Okay. once again, still happy to take any questions, folks. Hello, Switzerland. Thanks for checking in today. Hello, Birmingham and Netherlands. And hello, Georgia, the country, Georgia. Hope things are going well there. I haven't had a lot of people from Georgia watching. Really glad to have you joining us. Thank you. Hello, Ireland. Hello, Newcastle upon Tyne. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, David. Thank you for the kind comment. Really appreciate it. So the weather's still very nice. We have some scattered rain showers, it looks like. So I'm fully expecting to get rained on again, in which case I'm going to have to retreat under cover again. Let's hope that doesn't happen too often during this broadcast. We're going to have to try to get our cameras out of harm's way. Wow. Did you indeed? That's fascinating. Thank you very much. Right now, people currently, and it's hours and hours prior to launch, we probably have at least 40 people, 50 people out here. And this is just around the Tiki Bar. By the way, keep in mind, folks, this is the New York Tiki Bar. And yeah, we are out here, and they very kindly gave us some space, which is, I tell you, not easy to find space around here. And they very generously provided us some space to set up, place to actually sit down. So in any event, if you live in the Florida area, or if you're out to watch this flight, feel free to drop by the New York Tiki Bar. And it's about halfway between Titusville and Cocoa Beach, maybe a little closer. Hello, Devon. And hello, Cornwall. Hello, Austria. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, Melton. Yeah, definitely. Let's bring back the hope. I like that idea. I definitely like that idea. All right, so far, so good, folks. Again, this fueling seems to have been going very smoothly. I'm a bit shocked. I thought we would have another hydrogen problem, and we're not. It's really kind of mind-boggling. Okay, yes, I explained the trajectory. Yes, it is. The Artemis 2 will circle the Earth a couple of times. As it does so, they're going to test systems and make sure that the vehicle is ready to carry out a translunar injection, or TLI burn. And also during that period while they're orbiting the Earth, and the orbit, by the way, is going to continue to increase in altitude. The perigee, apogee, etc. will continue to increase as time goes on. But also they are going to separate from the ICPS, the second stage, the ICPS standing for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, built by United Launch Alliance. They're going to separate from that and then turn the Orion around and come in close to the ICPS. The reason they're doing that is they're going to practice maneuvering the Orion close to another vehicle in space. It's kind of their first docking experiment. Not an actual docking, of course. They're just going to come close. So yeah, no leaks. It's amazing. No leaks at all. The engines are reusable, Texas, but the problem is they're not going to be reused this time, because the engines are going to carry this primary stage so far up that they will just burn up on re-entry. Unlike the shuttle missions, where the shuttle could bring those engines back and land them successfully, even though these engines are technically reusable, and even though they have most of them have been reused a number of times. Sadly, they won't be reused this time. But yes, they are reusable shuttle engines. Hello, Exmouth. What are the odds that NASA will scrub this flight? Anything could happen. anything could happen when we're talking about scrubbing it at the 11th hour. But you know, I think that the odds are, I'm feeling optimistic. With no fueling problems, I think it's very likely that we're going to have a liftoff. The only thing that could be problematic could be weather.
Everyone I've spoken to just knows it's going today. Is a feeling.
Yeah. I'm feeling good about this, to be honest. I really am. And believe me, I don't frequently feel this way about SLS. Usually there are issues with all of this, but I'll tell you this time, maybe not. I think it's looking quite good. See, what happens to the module carrying the solar panels? Yes, it's the service. The service module essentially, and that's built by the European Space Agency, by ESA. And yes, it has the propulsion system. It actually has the life support system on it for the majority of the trip anyway, and solar panels, etc. And that is not recovered. However, what they're looking at doing now, they're looking at alternative missions where they could use the service module for additional missions in the future. For example, they were talking about because the service module is going to have a lot of spare propellant left over when it comes back. The idea is maybe to use it for an asteroid deflector. They're going to use it maybe as a DART Part 2 because it's much heavier than the DART spacecraft that was used to deflect an asteroid. So why not use this, use the service module as an asteroid deflector? So there's just a wide variety of things that the service module could theoretically be used for in the future, rather than just have it burn up. Hello, California. Really appreciate that. Support aerospace in brethren in Florida. Yes, indeed. Thanks very much. Let's see, who else? What other questions? Sat through 2 shuttle countdowns in 1999. One was aborted. Yeah, a lot of shuttle countdowns were aborted. That's true. Oh, for heaven's sake, do we actually have somebody saying there's a fake mission to the moon? I'm so sick of this. I'm not even going to, you know what? You go ahead and believe your religion. But if I were going to subscribe to a religion, I think I'd go for something a little bit more optimistic, but whatever. Okay. What else do we have here? Yeah, it isn't as big of a deal in terms of making the news, that's for sure. People are not as excited about this as they should be, in my opinion. Definitely not. Like I say, still happy to answer questions as we wait and wait. It's going to be a long time still before we're still looking at about 6 hours before we're going to hit before the launch window is going to open. Bear with me for just one moment, folks. I'm going to take a little bit more medicine. I'll be right back.
That's funny from the end out there. You see all those clouds. Look, it looks like it's raining down that way.
Rain.
Yeah, that's right.
We got to do something.
All right, folks, I am back. Yeah, I would agree. It's not having the same media impact as Apollo. Yeah, we have the war. That's probably providing some distraction. Yeah, I am seeing my own chat, definitely. All right, let's see what else we have. How far away? About 6 miles. About 10 kilometers. I can definitely see the rocket. It's not as clear to you folks because this is on a very wide wide angle lens, but of course you can see the rocket close up quite well through NASA's. Hello, Ailing Island. Hello, Mad Professor. Thank you very much for checking us here, checking in today. Really glad to have you here today. It will be very bright. Of course, if they launch after sundown, it will be ridiculously bright and also insanely loud because they have these massive solid rocket boosters. Solid rocket boosters are loud, insanely so. That's true. Good point, Mike. The Orion module does have a toilet, which is something that the Apollo missions did not. See, we're going to distract us. All right, folks. Once again, if you want any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions. We have over 260 people on the stream now. Really appreciate you guys joining us this early. I mean, this is very early for you folks to be checking in, so I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, there are plenty of kids who haven't even really heard about it, including my son. He didn't even really hear that much about it. So, no, my kids are not all that intrigued in what I do, just so you know. They've got their own lives. We have quite a number of seagulls all lined up on the pilings.
And a pelican.
And there's a pelican out there, too. All right, so once again, we are hoping. We are obviously hoping for a successful liftoff today, but so far things are looking really, really optimistic here. I mean, I'll tell you, I mean, we've had a really successful fuel up. Right now, all that's happening is they're just topping off the fuel in the booster and in the ICPS. I mean, no leaks, no reported leaks anyway. Bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and confirm that. I'm going to get you guys an update real quick. I'm going to see what other details we can get about Artemis. Just 1 second and see if. Okay. Just checking in here. Okay, here's. We'll check NASA Artemis. Liquid oxygen fast fill is complete for the upper stage, marking another major milestone in tanking operations. So yeah, the liquid oxygen is complete now too. So yeah, near as we can see, there haven't been any leaks, none. At least none worth reporting. Mind-boggling. So yeah, near as I can tell, everything is going extraordinarily well. All right. Once again, feel free to let us know where you're watching from, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to hear what you have to say. Okay, to once again address the solar storm issue, the reason that we don't want to wait is because we actually want to test Orion's radiation shielding in a solar storm. We want to know what it's going to be like, because if we're going to establish a permanent base on the moon, if we're going to establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we're going to and from the moon on a regular basis, that means that we're going to be dealing with solar storms. There's going to be no avoiding them. So it would be an ideal situation, actually, to have a solar storm occur, even though, yeah, it's high levels of radiation and all that, but Orion is designed to endure that. Orion has a solar storm shelter and should be able to take that punishment. And again, if it isn't going to be able to take that punishment, we need to know that sooner rather than later. We got somebody in Kissimmee watching. There's going to be watching. You should get a good view of it. We'll be good with the hydrogen seals. It should be totally fine during launch. If it stood up during the tanking process, it'll stand up during liftoff. There should be no problem. And the seals, just so you know, the seals on the rocket have not failed at all during this entire process. The seals have just been in regards to, we've only had seal problems with the launch tower, with ML1, not with the rocket itself. So once the fueling is complete, during liftoff, the rocket should not experience a problem at all. So yeah, it's been tough to communicate this properly, but all of these leak issues, none of them have been with the rocket. They've been with the mobile launch tower, which has lots of problems. Let's see, is there any other rocket that can put IHAB in lunar orbit? Yeah, home builder, unfortunately, unless somebody builds a new power and propulsion element, NASA has thrown the IHAB partners under the bus. For those of you who don't know what IHAB is, it's a habitation module for the lunar gateway. There is going to be, and it's been in the plans for quite some time, lunar gateway, there's going to be a space station orbiting the moon. But regrettably, that plan was canceled, and only just recently. And they canceled it without really notifying any of the partners that they were going to cancel it either. So yeah, and the power and propulsion element, the system that provides maneuverability and power for the station, has now been repurposed and put onto a NASA mission to Mars that's being powered by a nuclear electric engine, nuclear electric propulsion, or NEP. And again, apparently they did all that without even telling the European Space Agency and JAXA that they were going to do that. So really, the partners have been thrown under the bus, I'll tell you, to a great degree. I would be very frustrated if I was a European Space Agency representative or something like that. I'd be annoyed. Okay, let's see here. Just want to check. Oh, Goonhilly, sure, why not? Goonhilly in Cornwall, somebody asked me to talk about that. The Goonhilly during the Artemis 1 mission actually provided tracking services and also tracked these CubeSats that were launched, these secondary missions that were launched from the Artemis rocket. The Goonhilly station, by the way, is an independent deep space communications and tracking system located in Cornwall, United Kingdom, and it's going to do it again. They're going to be tracking Artemis and also tracking the secondary missions that are launched from Artemis. So once again, Britain has an involvement, different sort of involvement. A lot of people think that the Goonhilly station is part of the NASA Deep Space Network, but it isn't. It's an independently owned and operated deep space tracking and communications system. Located in Cornwall, UK. Let's see here. All right, looking further, NASA's discussing using radiation-absorbing gel that can be injected within the Orion shielding plates. You know, I think they are talking about that for the future heat shield. I think they're redesigning the Orion heat shield to be used after, I think after Artemis 3. It might even be after this mission. So yeah, I believe that's one of the modifications that are being used. Could gateway modules be repurposed for an ESA orbital station? Yes, but they would need to build their own power and propulsion module in order to make it work. But yes, it could, and yes, they should. After this happened, after Europe essentially lost their investment in Gateway without so much as a conversation with NASA, I really think that Europe should really consider going it alone for a lot of their projects. It's just NASA is too fickle. NASA changes their plans too much. Whereas ESA kind of sticks to what they plan to do most of the time anyway. They just don't have the budget. Okay, how long do you think the first moon buildings? We should have, the first moon buildings are supposed to go onto the lunar surface by 2030. And there is a very simple, basic lunar habitat that's being built by an Italian company. And why am I forgetting their name all of a sudden? It'll come to me eventually. But in any event, an Italian company that specializes in space station modules, but they're building a single module lunar habitat that has its own solar power system, communication system, etc. So most probably that will be the first module that gets put onto the lunar surface. However, NASA is also working apparently on a nuclear reactor to head down to put on the lunar surface too. So it should be very interesting. We got some Greek mythology coming out there. That's cool. Goonhill is such a British name. Yes, indeed. I would agree with that. It's sort of a Cornish name, actually. So amazed the Artemis 2 countdown's going so smoothly. You're right, man, Professor, with no major issues, given it took this many attempts to get Artemis 1 off the ground. Totally agree. Totally agree. If it gets off the ground today, or even if it gets off the ground, you know, the few days from now, on the 6th or something, that'll still be a tremendous, oh yes, Rolls-Royce is also building nuclear power to put on the lunar surface. Forgot to mention that, just got a reminder from one of my UK members of my team. We're down to 42%, right? All right, folks, let's see. What else do we have? You know, if Rocket Lab and or Intuitive Machines are involved, they are indeed. Intuitive Machines has been selected as the primary robotic lunar lander company. So the first stage of the moon base is going to be putting robotic lunar landers at ideal locations, at what NASA feels are promising locations on the moon for a moon base. So Intuitive Machines has actually been selected as the primary company that will be involved in putting those unmanned landers on the surface of the moon. And then Rocket Lab, they've been involved already. They already did one Artemis-related mission where they tested the near rectilinear halo orbit that the Lunar Gateway was supposed to be involved with, but sadly, the Lunar Gateway is no longer going to be going to that orbit. But still, yes, Rocket Lab has already done at least one Artemis mission, and they'll definitely have more. All right, let's see. India wants its own space station. Maybe Europe could go in with them. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think that's a very, very good idea. I can't believe that I'm forgetting the name of that Italian company that builds the space station modules, because they do a really good job. They've built a number of the modules for the International Space Station. How does Artemis 2 feel compared to the Apollo program in terms of risk tolerance? I'd say roughly the same. There is one difference, and that is Apollo was capable of doing a direct abort. They could be almost 3/4 of the way to the moon. The engine on the Apollo was so massive that it was capable of doing a direct abort and bringing Apollo straight back to Earth. Orion can't do that. If Orion has to abort, they have to do a free return trajectory around the moon and come back. They have no other choice. So, yep, Thales Alenia, that's it. That's the name of the Italian company. Can't believe I forgot them. Thales Alenia, they have built quite a number of space station modules. They're building some private space station modules for Axiom. They're definitely a good company when it comes to their capabilities in building modules that are rated for human habitation, and they're probably going to put the first habitable module on the surface of on the lunar surface. Can you see if we can order his chips?
Pardon?
Chips.
Chips?
Yeah.
Like fries, they call
Yes,
that.
yes. Hang on, let me. Just in case.
If I ask for chips, she's going to pass me a bag of Lay's, right?
Yeah, exactly. Here. Sorry, folks. I need to get something on my stomach before I take more medication. Fortunately, I have a fair amount of medication in my life. Okay, let's see. Any other questions here? It's a very good point. This isn't an amusement park ride. If we shy away from every danger, we won't get anywhere. You're absolutely right. Those brave astronauts know what they're facing. They're willing to accept the risks. I agree. I agree, Charlie. This is a very high-risk mission in many ways.
Limited menu today.
Right? Just.
They're not going to sell fries on their own.
Are they not? They said no. Just fish and chips then.
Fish and chips.
All right, you're gonna need more money then. Sorry, folks. We're gonna have some lunch here shortly, and then we'll be back. We got wind picking up, and it looks like we're gonna get rained on big time here in a minute. Oh yes, well. Yes, I've been living in Britain for so long, and I have a British producer with me. So yes, I when I say chips, I mean fries. Okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Mushy peas with fish and chips. Yes, I don't think they're going to have that here. And I usually have garden peas with fish and chips anyway. I don't know. Mushy peas don't appeal to me as much as garden peas. All right, folks, we are probably going to get rained on big time here in a minute. So we may have to pull our camera underneath and we may have to stop broadcasting briefly. But we're probably going to have some food here in a minute anyway. So bear with us. We're going to keep broadcasting here for just a second. Yeah, let's start packing up. We're going to go ahead and start getting things under cover here because I do believe we're about to get hammered with some big time rainfall. So what we are going to do here, folks, and producer, thank you so much, Airborne Bob. Thank you. Watch out for random Florida man appearances. Thank you, Airborne Bob, for your generous support. Man, we needed that super chat. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. So here shortly, what we are going to do is we have 5.5 hours or so before liftoff. So we're going to get under cover given the fact that we're probably going to get hammered with rainfall here in a second. and then we'll be back here shortly. So we're going to go ahead and stop broadcasting for just maybe half an hour, something along those lines, but we will keep NASA live on the stream so you guys can see what is happening in the meantime. And then we will be back at about half an hour or so, maybe an hour. It all depends on the weather. And also we need to eat. And then we'll be back and we'll continue our broadcasting. Thank you so much for joining us.
All the jobs created to support that, it all benefits us here on Earth.
Yes, definitely. I mean, getting this rocket into orbit takes, 8.8 million pounds of thrust, right? And it's the people on Earth who do that and who create that, the engineers, the scientists. There are so many people who make this mission happen.
And so if all goes well, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. And now, speaking of laying eyes, here we are in the suit-up room with the Artemis II crew.
Yes. Looks like the commander's getting his comm cap on, so the communication cap. Looks like Victor's already got his on and the helmet going.
He's just stretching out his wrist a little bit, right?
Yes.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago. They have a 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time, which our clock in the upper left-hand corner is counting down to. And, we just heard from Charlie Blackwell Thompson in our tanking coverage, which was the broadcast just before this one kicked off. And basically, she said weather is 80% go.
Yes, 80%, we will take that. It's a little windy. There's some clouds building, but we're going to keep an eye on it, and 80% is a good number to keep moving today.
Yeah, and what she said was a wave of showers are moving west, but they should be well past the pad by the time we launch again. Hopefully at 6:24 p.m. today.
Hopefully.
All right, so again, let's head back into that suit-up room. We see Reed Wiseman. He is the commander of the Artemis II crew, and Nicole, he is putting on what you guys are calling the communications cap, the comm cap.
Yes, so it's a little bit for protection of his, of his head there, but also you can see the mic booms, and he's got ear cups there so he can hear, the rocket's loud. So you're going to wear hearing protection, but then we also want to be able to talk to Earth and talk to each other. So they're getting that settled, and then he will put the helmet on over that comm cap. That comm cap will also connect into through an umbilical there, so there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations. And I think a lot of people, especially if they're have been following NASA for all these decades now, they're kind of thinking, hey, these look like the suits that our shuttle astronauts used to wear. There is a lot of resemblance here.
That's true. Yeah, they are very similar. NASA does a great job of leveraging the lessons that we learned from previous missions. So dating all the way back to Apollo, some of our first spaceflight missions, we learned lessons about the suits and how to make them better, and we just continued to carry that through all the way into the Artemis mission.
Time now to introduce you to some of our teams today. We have Gary Jordan at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. He's going to be inside with the mission control teams, which will take over from Kennedy's launch control team right at liftoff. And then back here at Florida, there's Megan Carter inside Kennedy Space Center's visitor complex, Jasmine Hopkins at a launch viewing location, and then finally Daryl Nail inside the Launch Control Center with the launch team. Now, each is going to provide a very unique experience today, starting first with Daryl, who has been closely monitoring the launch countdown for us.
Yeah, and welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenish. And while we're talking about the fueling, let's talk about that tanking. Pull up the tanking graphic if we could now. That will give us an indication of where we are with tanking, and I can just tell you, as you see from this board right here, we are all stages replenish. So all tanks on board the SLS, the 2 liquid hydrogen, lower stage and upper stage, and 2 liquid oxygen, lower stage and upper stage, are at 100%, and that's exactly where we want to be. This kicked off at 7:30 this morning with a go for cryo load, and here we are roughly about 5 hours later, and we're fully tanked and now in replenish. The amount of propellant on board, roughly 733,000 gallons. That's about an Olympic-sized pool and a half. huge amount of propellant. It's all flowed in there. The great news there, no leaks, no issues, and we're looking good at this point. So let's talk weather now. The weather, while it is favorable overall, it's not totally clean, and that was hinted at earlier when we talked about the storms. There is, of course, some onshore flow. Currently, our overall attempt percentage stands at 80% chance of acceptable weather conditions at the time of liftoff, which is going to be within our launch window. That's tonight from 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Winds are good. The lightning risk is low. But scattered showers still remain possible around the Cape and including near the pad. So the expectation is that there'll be some more active weather coming our way, but we're expecting it to push to the west. So the watch item is really any isolated shower that could briefly move through the area and trigger a constraint, especially for flight through precipitation. Well, you're looking now inside the astronaut suit-up room, and of course we got the 4 astronauts there. They talked to Charlie Blackwell-Thompson today, and you know, everything looked good there. We're tracking one minor NC issue at this point. We'll talk, it's a non-conformance. We'll talk about that a little bit later in our next hit, but for now, again, looking good. And of course, our administrator for NASA is here in the firing room. He checked in with the launch director, chatted with her for several minutes, and he's here in the firing room, which is a good positive sign, of course, for the day. That's it for the firing room. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole.
Daryl, thank you so much. Yeah, let's get back into the suit-up room here, where we now have a shot of all 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Can you talk to us about what that is, Nicole?
Sure, yeah, you can see, you know, as the suit expands, that we're going to pressurize those suits. So in the case that we need it, if we lose pressure in the capsule, those suits will protect the astronauts and keep them pressurized and keep them survivable. So these guys are going to hold their breath for about 10 seconds. You know, any movement in the suit could cause changes in the pressure, and so we want to get a really nice, precise, accurate measurement on the leak check. And so they'll hold their breath. You know, even just their heartbeat could potentially make some differences in those super sensitive sensors there. So you can see the red and blue valves there, the air in and air out, and it looks like Victor just had a good leak check.
Yeah, and actually they do 3 leak checks, again, just to get an average reading to say, hey, you know, we have confidence that these suits are holding the right pressure. As Nicole said, that tube that's going in, that's putting air into their suits, and then there was that gold instrument that you saw on their other side. That's how they can control how much pressure is being released in order to do these checks.
Yep, and they will do the leak checks here in the suit room, and then they'll do more actually in the capsule as well. They'll do another leak check. So we're going to make sure the suits are ready to go before we even step out the door, and then we'll check them with the entire system on the capsule once they get out to the rocket.
And you might also notice that some of the astronauts, while they're doing their suit leak checks, you might have seen Victor gave an okay sign. You might also see a thumbs up, and that's because concurrently, while they're doing these suit leak checks, they're also doing comm checks.
Yes, yeah, we talked about the comm cap earlier and the umbilical and how they plug in. So yeah, they're going to test the comm, they're going to test the suit, make sure everything. They're actually probably testing the cooling system as well right now. You know, they're going to plug into the portable cooling system and make sure that all of that is working. So like I said, we want to make sure that we've got 4 healthy suits before we go out.
Yeah, this suit, 3 layers, so obviously it can get hot.
Yes.
So one of the layers is a cooling undergarment, and basically they flow cold liquid through that undergarment to keep the astronauts cool and comfortable before liftoff today.
Yeah, it's like a onesie with a bunch of tubes running around it, and the water flows through there to cool you down.
All right, lots of information to share with you all today. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send your questions our way by tagging @NASA Artemis, and we'll try to answer as many of your questions live. And we'll also have some questions for you throughout the broadcast, so we hope you can participate in those opportunities as well. Okay, as we continue to be inside the suit-up room here, why don't we learn a little bit about each of our crew members? Right now, we are looking at pilot Victor Glover, but hopefully we can get a shot here of our commander, Reed Wiseman. Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed, get this, more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and also astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and Reed has 2 daughters.
Yeah, I love, Reed is such a great leader. He was the chief of the astronaut office when they hired our class of astronauts. And so, I think I have to publicly thank him for for my job here today. But yeah, he's a family man. He's a good leader. And he's a great pick for the commander of this mission.
Yeah, I think, in talking through some of his other accomplishments, obviously he has leadership qualities that makes him prepared for commander of Artemis 2.
Yes, he does. He's a well-experienced naval officer and now NASA astronaut.
And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station at the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. He and his wife, Deanna, have 4 children.
Yeah, 4 children, a lot of energy, but that checks, right? Because when I think of Victor Glover, I think of a lot of energy, smart guy who's always excited and ready to go. And there you go, he's smiling in the suit room this morning.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy. All of them are. This whole entire crew, they're just a good group of human beings, of leaders, of friends, family. I have never heard anybody say anything bad about any of these 4. They're also well accomplished, and they're also deserving of this opportunity to return to the moon.
Yeah, and they're also humble, right? They're just standard humans going to the moon, but you would never know that when you talk to them in a normal conversation.
And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. She served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific field work in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Again, so much. When does she find the time?
That's a great question. One of the things I love about Christina is that she's broken records and she's achieved all these milestones. But one of the things that she talks about is, she just wants people to set goals and go work hard and do something that's meaningful to you. And she really hopes that her records are broken as soon as possible. She does it for her family, and she'll talk about all of her nieces and nephews quite a bit. So just, again, another example of just a humble human who's got a great support system in her family and excited for the mission.
Yeah, she's always saying that she just wants the opportunity to push people farther, to push humanity farther, see what we can accomplish together. So, yeah. Again, all 4 of them say that. They're really in tune on what they think or what they feel like their role is in this mission.
Yeah, I think their legacy is going to be, providing the shoulders for others to climb on.
And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife, Catherine, have 3 children, and he actually got to hang out with them over the weekend. So the crew arrived here for launch at Kennedy Space Center on Friday, and then their family members arrived Saturday.
Yes, yeah. As long as their family can quarantine with them, then they will stay, quarantined in Houston, and then they all fly down to Kennedy Space Center, and then you get to spend the last few days with your close family and friends. We actually do a behind-the-glass visit with some of those other maybe extended family members that couldn't quarantine with you. But yeah, it's a quaint time here once you get to Kennedy Space Center.
A great sign here, all 4 astronauts have removed their helmets, and that indicates again that all 4 have completed suit leak checks. And so, Nicole, what they're doing now is they have these pockets on their forearms. That's just somewhere where they can put personal items that they might want, right?
Yeah, just kind of stowage pockets. There's always something that you might need or want while you're in the capsule, and then also last-minute personal items if you want to put a couple things in there. So everybody kind of has their own unique stash in their pockets.
And then another pocket has emergency equipment that they might need, right? Like a signaling mirror, things like that.
Right, yeah, the suit is basically all in one. It's got the oxygen bottles there on their right legs. You'll see in a different shot, they've got pockets with survival gear in it, and that is to keep them safe. So if they had to egress the capsule, either from the launch pad or from the water, then they will have all of the survival gear with them. They'll have about 10 minutes of oxygen as well from that bottle so that they can get to safety quickly and safely.
We are now 5 hours, 3 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we have our first questions from social media. Question here from X. So to be clear, this is not a mission to land, but to orbit the moon. Thank you, and thank our astronauts. Nicole.
Yeah, this is a great question. I think it's important to highlight the mission of Artemis 2, where we are going to go around the moon. We're going to see the far side of the moon. We're going to see parts of the far side of the moon that human eyes have never seen before. It's very similar to the Apollo 8 mission, right? We're also potentially going to be able to see the landing sites for the future Artemis missions and kind of provide the overall context of those landing sites amongst the entire moon site there. So it's an exciting mission. We'll get to learn a ton about there's so much science that's going to be on this mission as well, right? Where they're going to do some science experiments on humans, learn about the stress of the environment, and we're going to learn about the radiation environment. We're going to learn about the suits as well. We've got some technology demonstrations that are going to happen. So there's a lot going on this mission as we fly around the moon and come back.
Mm-hmm. We always say it's about increments, right? Like we're making that next giant leap to Mars, but in order to do that safely and to do that thoroughly, incremental steps.
Exactly. And, like we said, this is the first time that we've put crew on this rocket. And so actually before we even head to the moon, right, we're going to stay close to the Earth, and we're going to check out all of the systems on Orion, make sure that it can handle 4 humans, make sure it can handle people sleeping, people exercising, all of the environmental control systems are working. So we want to make sure that the capsule is safe for the crew before we send them, almost 250,000 miles away.
Yeah, that was a great question. And we actually have another one that we'll pull up on screen here. Another question from X. How long will it take them to reach the moon, and how long will the entire mission last?
Another great question, right? So they're going to do a couple orbits around the Earth. They'll do a perigee and an apogee raise burn. What that means is that they're going to accelerate to get further away from the Earth, and they'll get into a really highly elliptical orbit first. And then once they get into the translunar injection, so they're actually on a free return trajectory, which means we're going to accelerate them, and then they're going to escape Earth's gravity, and then just based on orbital mechanics, they'll be able to come home without having to do another burn or acceleration. So it'll take about 4 days once they leave Earth's gravity to get to the moon. They'll fly around the moon, about 4 days back, and then land. So overall, about a 10-day mission.
Exactly. Yeah, these are really great questions, guys. We know that, again, we are sharing a lot of information today, so please do not hesitate to reach out. Obviously, Nicole, very smart here, and we're happy to answer any of your questions. Again, tag at NASA Artemis wherever you're watching this coverage. And now we actually have a question for you. Who would you take with you on a trip around the moon? Would it be your bestie? Would it be a pet, family member, or a seasoned astronaut? Think about that one. I know.
I like that.
I absolutely know what I would say. I think it would make my husband upset, but I have my answer here. But we'd love for you to go to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote. Again, who would you take with to the moon with you? Bestie, pet, family, or seasoned astronaut? Try to go vote, and then we will share your answers soon. Again, husband is not going to like my answer. And we're not the only ones with questions today. We will also hear from celebrities during our launch coverage. See what Stanley Tucci, Scarlett Johansson, and others want to know about NASA's Artemis II test flight. Plus, the surprise of a lifetime as kids marveled at the rocket and spacecraft rolling to the launch pad. Look at those cute faces there. Oh, I love that. Love those suits. And we'll show you how the astronauts will eat, sleep, and go to the bathroom while in space. Keep in mind, the Orion spacecraft is about the size of a 6-person tent.
Yeah, not super big, but, you know, it's 10 days with your 3 best friends, so I think it's manageable for sure. But, you know, every ounce counts when you're trying to get to the moon.
And as we continue to look into the suit-up room here, a fist pump for some of the folks in the crowd there by Victor. Why don't we take a look around the center here? We know that there are some folks who are already getting ready to check out the team here as they drive across KSC to their launch pad. Look at that. Oh, that's so awesome.
That's a great crowd.
They're waiting there in front of the vehicle assembly building. So actually, they're just down the road from us. This is a good crowd, as Nicole said. Oh, there they are. They just got their cue. Oh, now? Let me wave now.
Oh, yeah, they are excited.
That's amazing. So all of these folks, content creators that are getting behind-the-scenes access as part of NASA's NASA social experience here. So as you can see, very excited. The crew will get into their convoy and drive past them here pretty shortly.
Yeah, what an amazing way to share the Artemis story, right? By inviting these social media experts out to share the story as they drive by.
All right, again, let's take a look at the clock. 4 hours, 58 minutes and counting from the opening of today's 2-hour launch window. So why don't we check back in with Daryl with the launch team.
Megan and Nicole, and inside Fire Room 1, I'm listening to Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson greet the Ascent crew who just came on console over there at Johnson Space Center. So good to have the mission control team jumping on with us. So far, the launch team here in the firing room has had a really good morning. Really smooth tanking that kicked off at 7:30 a.m. this morning. They got to all stages replenish just before 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, and it was an incredibly smooth tanking. That's great as we look here watching the crew and also with an eye on the rocket. Weather, of course, we've talked a little bit about that. It's favorable overall, 80% go for our 2-hour window between 6:24 p.m. and 8:24 p.m. We don't have an exact T0 right now because that's going to come to us closer when we get closer to launch, roughly about 20 minutes before liftoff. But it's going to be within that window and towards the beginning, provided everything continues to go smoothly along the timeline. And so far, that's been the case. I mentioned that there was a small issue in my previous live hit that actually was incorrect. There was no issue. I've gotten the good data now that I'm on the headset and listening into the loops. Avionics engineers are keeping an eye on a display unit inside Orion that's just running a little cooler than normal. It's not going out of limit. It's actually completely fine, but they just were noting the trend and reported that to the NASA test director. So they'll keep their eyes on that. But again, there was no LCC violation. And once they get the cover off Orion out there that's protecting it from the rain, they expect the temperatures inside the Orion crew capsule to stabilize. And with that, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Now, Daryl is inside Firing Room 1 in the Launch Control Center, or LCC, as you might hear it referred to, which was built in 1967 to support Apollo missions. In fact, Apollo 11, the mission that landed on the moon in 1969, that was called from the exact same firing room. NASA then upgraded the LCC to support shuttle missions, and now Artemis. You can see there a shot from when we supported shuttle. Now with Artemis, the primary launch team for today is in Firing Room 1, but there is actually support staff in Firing Room 2 as well. And together they will propel this ambitious test flight off Earth.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system and the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators.
I don't see a camera. Okay, folks, here we go. We're back. Sorry, I'm still coordinating and trying to make everything work today, but we're very happy to be back. And we have, you can just see, if we can make the other camera image, our image, a bit larger, you should be able to see SLS to the left center of your screen. If we can increase the size of that image, of our broadcast image, we can show you what that looks like. And yeah, we got SLS just to the left of center in this image. There we go. So yep, you can see it right there. It's still quite distant, and we have a lot of mist and everything from the rain and humidity and that sort of stuff, but at least you can see the rocket just to the left of center. Hey, Supax, how you doing? It's been a long time, and hey, Skywatch, hope everybody's doing well today. Thanks very much for joining us. Feel free to let us know again where you're watching from. I am here at New York Tiki Bar, just outside of Titusville, Florida. They were kind enough to give us some space to operate, and so here we are. And yeah, really fantastic to be here. And happy to answer your questions. It's great to have Supax, our friend from Canada, here watching. Thanks very much. Storm's coming through in 5 hours, it says. That would be bad timing if that's the case. But we shall see.
Actually, ironically, clears up for launch time.
Supposedly showing it clearing at launch time, but then again, it all depends on whose weather forecast you're looking at. Yes, the water was a lot choppier not that long ago, actually, because we got some nasty weather moving in. Oops. So we shall see. Yeah, it could be that the weather won't cooperate, but you know, I mean, it's we could have a storm move through quick and then a launch window open up again. So we shall see. Fingers crossed. We're hoping, of course, to avoid any scrub situations. So thanks very much for wearing the 3i Atlas hoodie. By the way, if you want to check the link at the top of the chat, that is where our fantastic Artemis 2 merch is located. At some point during this broadcast, we'll show you what we're wearing. Both me and the producer are actually wearing the merch. So in the meantime, though, happy to answer questions. Plan with this launch. Yeah, they're just going to swing around a free return trajectory and come back. It's a 10-day mission total. The objective is to test all of the systems on Orion, especially things like life support and the navigation systems, solar panels to make sure that they're providing the necessary energy, that sort of thing. But the significance above everything else is the fact that it's the first mission to cislunar space with people on board in over 50 years. And in addition, they will travel further away from the Earth than any humans have ever gone. And they will get a view of the far side of the moon that no other human has ever gotten. Every previous Apollo mission, they were flying in low lunar orbit, or LLO, and so they couldn't see the entire far side of the moon all that clearly, couldn't see every detail. Now they'll have an opportunity to do that. And Artemis 3 will be next year, theoretically. The idea behind Artemis 3 is to dock with the HLS, Human Landing System. So we'll see how that goes, but they will need to have a functioning HLS, a functioning Human Landing System, in order to dock in orbit. But they're going to test that docking capability first before they try to do that in lunar space. It's going to shift it a lot when you do that.
Shifting it. I'm trying to just keep
Okay.
it going.
Oh, I see. Did we lose that? No, it's still on, but okay. And you can just see, as I mentioned before, you can just see SLS towards the center of your screen, so you can actually see the rocket at this point. And the fueling process is complete. Liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen is all completely filled up. Everything seems to be going well, surprisingly well. No leaks, at least no leaks worth discussing. So we'll see. But yes, also we're going to see some incredible live views from lunar orbit. We'll have a lot of opportunities to see that. That should be quite amazing. So I'm looking forward to that in a big way. So fingers crossed, but I'm feeling optimistic. Let's see here. We have some very experienced and talented people on this flight. The least experienced is the Canadian astronaut, Jeremy Hansen. And we actually met his parents in Titusville the last time we were here. They happened to be staying at the same hotel that we were, amazingly enough. So far, so good today. Things are looking good. And once again, happy to answer any questions that comes across. But yeah, we should get some really spectacular views of the moon from Orion and live views. I mean, the Artemis 1 gave that to us. So I think it's very likely that we'll get even better this time. All right, so we're still, obviously we have hours before launch, about 5 hours at this point. And it's kind of neat that we can actually see the rocket from here. We can see the rocket from here, and that is pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. And I have to admit, this is going so much better than it did when I came out here to cover Artemis 1 in 2022. That was a failure pretty early on. And then it took months and months and months before they went forward again, before they were able to actually attempt a launch. And they did pull it off, but nevertheless, it took forever to finally get to that point. Okay. Still happy to answer any questions as we watch things develop. We got things zoomed in on our live cam so that you can see the rocket across the water, across the inlet. I didn't even know there was a 9-minute delay. No, I have no idea. Is it really a 9-minute delay? Anyway, I don't know. One thing I know is that we're broadcasting this across to the UK and then out to YouTube. That does slow things up a little bit, but yeah. Yeah. But it is a really fantastic view from where we currently are. Once again, we are at New York, Tiki Bar. That gave us this space. Any worry about radiation? Yeah, people are worried about it because of the sun. And this is something I released a video about today. The sun's very active. It's at one of its most active periods, which means it's likely that we're going to have, very likely that we're going to have a solar storm of some kind, or the likelihood of that happening is higher than usual. But Orion is built for that. And it's important that we get an opportunity to test Orion's capabilities when it comes to shielding the astronauts from radiation. So, you know, it increases the danger level for the astronauts, but they're well aware of the potential danger. And they're more than willing to confront it. Forgot to do charging of my own. Folks, we are switching cameras back and forth today as we do our best to try to keep things covered. And we're trying to charge them up as possible because we don't have access to reliable power. It's not convenient anyway to get access to consistent power, so we're just trying to switch off charging so we can bring you as continuous coverage as possible. Yep, that's right. Where the window should open in just over 4.5 hours. So we've got quite a while before things are going to go crazy. But at the same time, we wanted to make sure that we brought you coverage as early as possible. And in addition to that, things are going to get completely packed over here. There's going to be zillions of people over here and insane traffic as time goes on. So we need to make damn sure that we're here in time, that we got a spot reserved and picked out our territory. And now we're filming. Once again, still happy to answer any questions. And don't forget, folks, to like and subscribe. And also, if you want to see this kind of content, if you want us to travel and bring you this coverage in person, feel free to consider a super chat. Oh, there's one thing I forgot. Man, I should have remembered that. We had a new member. What the heck is, there we go. Sarah J.H. joined the Angry Advocates. Thank you so much. We've got 2 new Angry Advocates now today. And to join, you just hit that join button. You get access to early release content and some exclusive content as well. Oh, we're using power packs. Don't worry. Don't worry, folks. We are using power packs and charging. But you can't plug into a power pack and broadcast at the same time. So we just need to, so that's why we're switching off and recharging. But no, to answer, yes, the power packs you gave me in Shetland, we're definitely making use of those. Well, we definitely don't want to launch rain or shine. I mean, but, we definitely have rain periodically. But, yeah, launching in rain is something that they probably don't want to do. Apollo carried out a launch in the middle of a storm once. I forget which Apollo launch it was, 12, I think, or 14, and was hit by a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt disabled some of the electronics on the rocket and on the capsule, but fortunately didn't disable it and was able to complete its flight to the moon. So that was a good thing. So once again, we are happy to take any questions that you folks might have. Got over 200 people watching, so if you folks have any questions about the mission or about anything else space related, feel free. Be delighted to answer any questions that you might have. But we have definitely a long, long day ahead of us as we wait for liftoff.
I'm almost certain he's mastering the helicopter above us.
Think we'll see anything on the other side of the moon? No, I don't think so, simply because we've already photographed the far side of the moon pretty thoroughly with robotic spacecraft. But it will be the first time that humans have seen that side of the moon. And they'll be seeing it in real time, of course. And so who knows? Maybe they'll see something unusual happen there that photography from an orbiting spacecraft might not pick up. So that could be interesting. They do the trousers are the diapers and such are something that still exists, but for the most part now, for this particular mission, they have a toilet. The Orion spacecraft is equipped with a space toilet, so it's very different in that regard from the Apollo missions. And of course, there's not going to be any operations on the lunar surface. If you have those, then you're going to have different types of waste disposal systems on these spacesuits. But as far as flights on Orion are concerned, it's a lot more comfortable than Apollo ever was. You know, the gamma ray discharge from a magnetar at a distance of many, many light years, I doubt is going to present any sort of threat. We might pick it up. The gamma ray discharge, you know, one of our gamma ray telescopes, our telescopes sensitive to that sort of stuff, will detect it. But in terms of it being a dangerous thing, even to astronauts who are outside the magnetic field of Earth, I doubt it. It's a long, long ways away. Yeah, it's a small ship, so utilizing the space toilet, definitely not a ton of privacy and all that. I think there's a curtain that you can draw in the way and that sort of thing, because I mean, keep in mind you have men and women on this ship. Well, one woman anyway, so that creates a different sort of environment. But nevertheless, we're talking about astronauts that are willing to do what it takes to get the job done. So I'm pretty sure privacy is not quite as important as it would be under most circumstances. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I knew all the cameras. Dadgummit, I actually did an episode about it a long time ago. A lot of the cameras are actually mounted on the European Space Agency's service module, where all the solar panels and other things are. So they mounted a lot of their cameras there too. But unfortunately, I don't know exactly what kinds of cameras, but I'm pretty certain that they're going to have what's necessary to get some very good zoom in shots. But of course, of landing sites, not as much, because they're going behind the moon, and not a single Apollo mission landed on the far side of the moon. Some robot missions did, but no Apollo missions did. Every Apollo mission landed in clear sight and clear radio communication of the Earth, and also, of course, in daylight. And now we're going to be doing missions that sometimes are happening at lunar nighttime, which creates a whole new set of challenges. I don't know. I think that humans probably could readjust the orbit. It all depends on the necessity. Because, I mean, to get a significant enough distance away from Earth to where it starts to have tidal effects and that sort of thing, that's going to take millions of years. And who knows if human civilization will even be around in millions of years. There's a lot of questions as to whether or not human civilization is even going to be around in 500 years. I would say that there's a lot of a lot of debate as to whether or not that's going to happen. But let's see. Yep, always keep an eye open for UAPs. I definitely do that.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Right. Here, wait for the Artemis.
All right. So once again, happy to answer your questions. We are here at the New York Tiki Bar. If you happen to be in this area, feel free to stop by and say hello. They've got a nice atmosphere here, very nice people. And if you're not a vegan, the food's really good. But unfortunately, my producer's a vegan, so he's been SOL, poor guy. I know.
And we're here, drinking.
Yes, to answer your question, Wizard, yes. Any vehicle that passes on the far side of the moon will lose communication. It's one of the reasons that that establishing a radio telescope on the far side of the moon makes so much sense, is because no human communications will interfere with that. We have a NASA observation plane passing overhead currently. The activity is continuing to increase here at Cape Canaveral
It was a lovely service.
as launch time continues to approach. We have about 4.5 hours or so to the launch window opening. Yeah, a SETI radio telescope on the far side of the moon would be incredibly useful. One of the things that just completely destroys our ability to search for intelligent transmissions from civilizations, from extraterrestrial civilizations, is the interference of human-made radio broadcasts. So yeah, if we could do that, it would be incredibly useful, but it would be an expensive thing to do. Yeah, can you see the little...
Yeah, to the left. Straight ahead. There, the bigger chunk you can see in the middle, there's 2 cells either side of it.
All right, we're pointing out the launch site. Oh, thank you. We got a fantastic super chat. Thank you. These are so helpful today. Charlie Wittig, thank you so much for your generous support, man. Because for this journey was expensive. Of course, we raised quite a lot of money for it, so thank you so much. You guys were very helpful with all of that. But these super chats definitely help on the back end to take care of unexpected expenses, which of course there are many. Why should they test whether satellite shrapnel affects the shuttle? Large solar... I'm afraid I didn't quite understand that question. I'm sorry. The cardiovascular question. I wish I did understand that more, but I didn't. Yep, we're at 4 hours and 44 minutes roughly at this point, somewhere in that vicinity. So we still have quite a long time. I don't know if they're testing that. I haven't heard anything about doing a medical test on board. Maybe, but I didn't know that was on their itinerary.
If I'm not mistaken, they're constantly sending real-time medical data.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Ride the Liger. Thank you. It's all super helpful. Let me tell you, makes a big difference today. As hopefully we're going to have a liftoff today. Hopefully these transatlantic journeys and everything involved with it is finally going to come to fruition. I don't think that a sudden burst of radiation would lead to an immediate medical emergency. JPS Rose, I don't think that a solar storm could do that with the radiation protection that they have. If they were out in space for some reason, doing a spacewalk, when a coronal mass ejection were to hit, they would suck up enough millisieverts to quite possibly make them ill, to create a radiation sickness phenomenon. But thank you, Wizard. Thank you so much. That's not just a little support, that's a lot of support. Any of these super chats are a lot of support. Thank you so much. Communication satellite in lunar orbit. I know that they're intending to do that. I don't know if they can deploy it from this one. But yeah, lunar communication satellites has definitely been in their plans for a while. And also both Rocket Lab and Blue Origin have some lunar communication satellite designs. Yeah, Apophis, however you pronounce it, it is indeed lurking. That's going to be coming by in 2029. It should just miss us. It should, but even the slightest adjustment in its trajectory could create a whole new situation. But that's another reason that these to maybe reuse these European service modules on the Orion. They've talked about using them as asteroid deflectors once the mission's done. You don't necessarily have to take the thing and dive it into the atmosphere. It might have enough fuel left to intercept an incoming asteroid. Lunar Gateway is gone, at least for now, and probably for good, because they took the power and propulsion element, which was a key part of the Lunar Gateway, and it was built too, by the way. It's complete, yeah. It was complete, by the way, and now it's gone. Just really frustrating, beyond frustrating. We got some critters coming to visit just off the shoreline. It's very interesting. I don't know, I can't see them that clearly. There's definitely something out there, and it's swimming it up. It went and grabbed something. It definitely, it might be. We might have a shark out there. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be out there. I can see the fin again. That's interesting. I wonder what it's doing. We definitely have a couple of critters out here. I'm not sure what they're up to, but there's definitely some creatures in the water. I don't know if they're porpoise or if they're sharks. They kind of look like porpoise to me, the way they're moving in the water. But I don't know. It looks like a porpoise to me. Oh, there's another one. Boy, they're coming in pretty close to the pilings. They're coming in pretty close to the pilings. That's neat. Unfortunately, we can't. We were zoomed in so much on the rocket that we can't show you that they're porpoise. Definitely porpoise or dolphins or something along those lines. That's cool. It's really neat to see those things come out here from time to time. Yeah, traveling in a little pod. They are so cool. Wow. Sorry, distracted by nature. There's no landing, that's correct. It is a flyby. It is a flyby. Thank you, I appreciate that, Sarah. It is nice with all the wars going on and everything to watch something exciting and brilliant and positive for a change. Be very nice indeed.
Right here. Right there. I don't see him.
They're moving with porpoise, says Skywatch. They are moving with porpoise. I love that. That is hilarious. All right. All right, still happy to answer any questions. What else we have? We have some watch parties. Supax apparently is having a watch party in Canada, I'm assuming. That's cool. Well, I'll tell you something. Silent. There's a lot of focus on safety here. There's a lot that NASA is doing to ensure the safety of these astronauts. I would say that they're way safer than any astronauts on a shuttle mission were, because there's a lot more abort options on Orion than there was on the shuttle.
When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When
you know, Wizard, that could be the fireball meteors. Avi Loeb talked about that. He doesn't think it's very likely. He doesn't think that 3I Atlas came close enough for these fireballs to be a byproduct of, and if they were some kind of probes or something like that instead, spacecraft, then they wouldn't behave so much like meteors. Yeah. We've been watching Day of the Triffids. Maybe there are Triffids coming to get us. Those of you who like the Day of the Triffids, the 1981 BBC TV miniseries was by far the best rendition of the book. Most faithful by far to the book. All right, so currently we're looking at about maybe 4.5 hours at this point till ignition, assuming, of course, that they launch right at the beginning of the launch window, which may or may not happen. And once again, I'm happy to answer any questions you folks might have. Yeah, it was neat. We had some dolphins, porpoise, something like that, come by. It looked like 3 or 4 of them. It's a common thing, of course, here in Florida. He used to come out here a lot as a kid. My uncle, for those of you who don't know, my uncle was a career NASA employee. He worked with NASA all the way from the beginnings of Apollo and Mercury, all the way to the end of the shuttle program. So he was here for the duration. Great guy. And so I came out to visit him here in Florida on a pretty regular basis. This timer is talking about a proton instability from a solar storm. It'll be an extremely powerful solar storm as a result of unique conditions. Could be. But the solar particle events that we've seen thus far have been powerful, but not completely anomalous. And we need to test Orion's capability to endure solar storms. We need to test Orion's ability to protect human beings from solar storms. Because humans on the moon, on lunar bases, they're going to be subject to the dangers of solar storms too. And humans on Earth to Mars missions that take months and months, they're going to be subject to the dangers of solar storms. So this is a mission where we'll have an ideal opportunity to test Orion's shelter, the solar storm shelter, and I feel confident it will work. But if it doesn't work properly, we can know later. Oh, the Knicks. There's an update on the Knicks. Because I've been reporting on the Knicks for quite some time. Love to see more information about that. Yeah, Silent, I'm not sure about that. I don't know enough about the topic that you're talking about there. The only topics that are being discussed right now are conventional CMEs and solar storms. If there's some sort of unique solar plasma event, I haven't seen enough about that. It's possible you get some audio reverberations. We have a lot of wind right now. It is very windy at the moment. All right, so we're little interference on audio is what we're hearing right now. I don't know. But this is a wireless. So far, it's showing that I'm getting a clear audio signal. We'll see. Yeah, there you go. It seems to be working, but once again, you guys are definitely my eyes and ears primarily. Well, as far as unique solar particle events, I don't know. I don't know enough about that. All I know is that Orion is protected against CME and solar particle events. It's supposed to be. And one of the objectives, as a matter of fact, on day 8 of this mission, they're going to go through the drill, a solar storm drill. Go down into the shelter and pile stuff around them to absorb radiation. You're asking intriguing questions. The rocket takes about 3.5 to 4 days to get there. I mean, theoretically, everything's moving at different speeds, but they're all moving the same speed relative to one another. Everything in the solar system is moving at the same speed in terms of orbiting the galaxy. So one another in the same system. I know that they've created antimatter at CERN's, but I don't know a whole lot else besides that. CERN's being our huge particle accelerator. We are capable of creating artificial antimatter, utilizing particle accelerators like that. But the amount of energy that it requires and the time, you're talking enormous amounts of money just to make a few trillionths of a gram of antimatter. You got a big airliner coming in. I'm not sure what its purpose is.
It's landing.
It's landing. Intriguing. I wonder what. I didn't even know we had an airport around here aside from NASA airports.
Coco, are you the angry astronaut?
I am.
He's the angry astronaut.
Listen to this story. One of my real good friends.
You're on the air, just so you know.
Oh, I am?
Yeah. I mean, go ahead. Feel free to say it, but you're on the air.
Good friends
is
the father of the captain, Bill Wiesman.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
He came from Baltimore just to watch it.
Fantastic. Must be a very exciting time for you then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
I made him read since he was a little kid.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
That's why
glad to have you out here. Yeah.
Advertising these shirts.
Definitely. Very nice. I like it. Glad to have you out here. That's
I
fantastic.
didn't know we were bothering.
Yeah, no, we're talking to the viewers right now. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to talk to you folks too. That they'll hear what you have to say. Cody, thank you. Oh my God, you are just the greatest of all time.
We've got
I know.
NASA views on the screen as well, so as opposed to just
A mega super chat just coming across from Cody, who, by the way, is the most generous supporter of this channel anywhere on the planet by far. Cody's done so much. The greatest of all time has done so much to help this channel. My producer would not be here if it wasn't for him. I don't even know if I could be here if it wasn't for him. 500-pound super chat coming across. David, I don't know what else to say aside from you've done so much for this channel. And everybody here should tell Cody what an awesome guy he is. The man has literally contributed thousands of dollars to this channel. And I don't think I'd be half the channel I am now if it wasn't for his help. So thank you so much. Thank you. David Hender, 500 quid.
Thank you, David.
And by the way, Aaron just said thank you as well, David. Aaron just said thank you as well. Because he wouldn't be here without you.
Is your sweater in the car?
We're currently on YouTube. If you've got the YouTube app, search the word astronaut and you should find it there.
I'm going to send it to my dad. My dad knows how to do it.
All right, folks. Well, I'm sorry. My head was still spinning after that. My God. Just what a moment. What a moment for this channel. Thank you so much. All right, you heard Aaron. That's great. I'm glad that that's the case. Yep. Yeah, we have a lot of wind here right now, guys. It is super windy out here, and also a lot of people around as well. So that could be something else. Yeah, it's definitely time for NASA to make the comeback. Definitely time for America to return to the moon. But what I like also is the fact that we're returning with others. We have a Canadian on board, and there will be others going to the moon as well. And that's super exciting. We got the Western world, we got Japan, we got all kinds of countries and cultures and people represented for the Artemis missions that we didn't have before, and that's just very, very exciting. Because as impressive as what China is doing now in their moon missions, they don't have that same international mission, that same Artemis Accords with so many countries being involved, so many peoples and cultures. It's going to be a Chinese/Russian station, and that's pretty much it. And this is going to have a lot of other nations involved. And that's a very exciting thing, a very big and dramatic change, which will make it a human endeavor. Which, you know, for all the people who said we came for all mankind, well, now we're returning with all mankind. What an interesting, that all of a sudden jumped into my head. Is that what's different about Artemis? We came for all mankind, as Gene Cernan said. And now we're coming back with all mankind, with people, with representatives from nations around the world.
That's close to DC as I'd be able to say.
Yes, Scotty, that'd be great. We'll definitely talk about that after the broadcast. Thank you. Yeah, Silent, I'm sorry. I don't understand the phenomenon that you're talking about enough to make an informed and educated, to give an educated opinion about it. So I'm sorry. I mean, it maybe it is a huge danger, but unfortunately, I haven't seen enough about it. If you could, my email is in most of the descriptions of my videos. If you could email me a paper of some kind that's been written about this phenomenon, I'd be very interested to learn more about it.
I was like trying to teach my son like say stuff for the last like month or two.
So this will be shots are suiting up. Yes, they are suiting up. That's correct. We're still hours away from launch, and you know they don't want them locked up inside the capsule for too long. You leave them in there too long, and that starts to take a toll. So you lock them down in the capsule a couple hours prior to liftoff. And right now we are currently just over 4 hours away from when the launch window opens. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Well, we did the same thing back then too, Jake, actually. We practiced quite a few times before we went to the moon, and we need to keep in mind that we're using totally different equipment this time. We're not using the Apollo LEM. We're not even using the same kind of mission philosophy as we had the first time around. We're taking much heavier cargoes. The Orion, for example, is much heavier than the Apollo was. So very vertical, for example. So again, with these heavier payloads, that changes the nature of the mission. And also, it's a separate landing. Instead of having the LEM and the capsule, the command module, connected and going to the moon together, you have a rendezvous in orbit. Yes, I'm in Titusville. Once again, to reiterate, for those of you just joining us, I am at the New York Tiki Bar. New York Tiki Bar. If anybody's around here and you want to come out and join us, feel free to do so. These are very nice people.
Directions are on the channel.
And directions are on a post. We made a post on the channel giving directions out here. But these are great folks. And it's going to be an orbit mission. A mission that is a return trajectory. Yeah, you know, repurposing space shuttle equipment seemed like a good idea at the time, but it ended up being incredibly expensive and taking forever. It really didn't work as well as everybody thought it might. It seemed like a great idea. Instead of using 3 RS-25s, use 4 and use bigger rocket boosters with more fuel in them, that sort of thing. You know, that was the idea, but unfortunately it didn't work out as well as everybody thought it might. It's a sad thing. But right now, it seems to work. Once again, this will be the true test. They've had one successful flight of SLS, but we'll see if they can pull it off a second time. If they can, I think it'll be more difficult to make an argument that this launch system needs to be abandoned this soon. If they pull off 2 successful missions, I don't know. It seems that makes a strong argument to stick with what works for now, until you definitely have something better. The historical significance of Titusville? Well, Mad Professor, I mean, that's Cape Canaveral and Space City. I mean, for all practical purposes, Titusville is Space City. But, you know, that's most of the people who work at the Cape live here. My Uncle George lived here. for a very long, for most of his life. He worked out here for most of his professional career. So I wish I knew other historical significance, but I don't. To me, Titusville has just been Space City. And as a matter of fact, they also have rocket insurance out here. Rocket insurance. If you pay a certain amount of money and a piece of a rocket hits your house, from a piece of an exploding rocket hits your house, you get compensation. And most people here have rocket insurance. Yeah, I don't know which tribe. I would assume Seminole or something along those lines. The Seminole were in the greatest numbers here in Florida. They also fought a very long, protracted, and largely successful war of resistance against the American Army in the 19th century, with quite a number of runaway slaves, actually. Runaway slaves joined with the Seminole Indians who didn't recognize slavery, apparently, and were happy to welcome these runaway slaves into their tribes. And they worked together to fight for their freedom here, mostly in the Everglades is where they retreated to. They fought in the swamps to make it more difficult to track them down. And as I say, that war of resistance was largely successful, and they were able to retain at least some of their land here in Florida, and they still hold on to it today. Again, mostly in the Everglades. So it's a fascinating history, which has been a long time since I read it, but very fascinating indeed to have American Indian tribes and runaway slaves collaborating. It's a very fascinating thing indeed. Yep, we got 4 hours. Roughly 6:30. 6:30 Eastern time.
No less than about 6 times. You should have this t-shirt. What do you keep asking? Where did you get that t-shirt?
You've told him, right? Okay. All right. So once again, happy to answer any questions. Really appreciate you folks joining us. Our audience is growing. We have nearly 300 people watching currently. And that's pretty nice given the fact that we've got 4 hours. 4 hours prior to launch, and we still have this 4 hours prior to liftoff. Pad 39B, not 39A. Elon Musk got 39A. No, it is out of shot. I think so anyway.
That's 39.
Oh,
I'll put it back.
He just panned over to Pad 39A, where they launch, where Elon Musk launches Crew Dragons from. All of the International Space Station missions launch from there. That's a good question, Mad Professor. I don't know. I guess they're just suiting up. Maybe they want to get it over with now. Good point, Mike. You're absolutely right about that. The Seminoles are part of the Cherokee. The Cherokee were forcibly relocated along the Trail of Tears, but the Seminole got away into the Everglades. As I said, fought a long war of resistance. A very interesting period of American history.
They should have built the new stadium at Big Field. They turned it into a park. Did ya? Yeah. Right down the skyline.
All right, folks, once again, still happy to take your questions. Most of the people who hear about hear the name Seminole, Florida State University these days. Once again, folks, hanging out with you today. And waiting for Artemis 2 to lift off.
That's what I mean. They should have developed it into some water instead of turning it into a pump that recreates zero.
Don't know what to make of that, Charlie.
I've got a question. I'm standing here and not chatting. You've recently been reading about space shuttles. What are your top 5 space shuttle missions and why?
Oh, dear God. I couldn't think of it now. Thanks so much, Stephen. Really appreciate you supporting us on Patreon. Thank you so much. What? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, folks. Can't see your chat currently. So we're just taking care of some details here with our UK producer, with Derek in Scotland, who's running this feed for us. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Derek, also known as Digital Voodoo, who is running the stream for us currently in the UK, because my producer is out here in the US. His own animations that he does. Please consider supporting.
What is our producer in the UK? This microphone's going Dalek every couple of minutes. So we're going to
That's fine.
switch through and...
All right, folks, we need to do another camera switch. We'll be gone for about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer while we get this swap taken care of. All right, we'll keep the NASA feed going.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis 2 mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in and if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh,
yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis II backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh, my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed. And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reed are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reed and when Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that, that device for them so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC at MS2 is online for sound checks.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2 OTC Orion Earth 1 comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
And so that was the Orion test conductor speaking with Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist 2 for this mission. So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed, a successful test. The rest of the crew here waiting in the white room. Again, as Nicole was saying, a little tight there for all of those folks. So Christina and Victor will wait until Reed and Jeremy are done getting buckled in.
Yeah, I think 4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight might fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, that the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
OTC asked, commander's ready for comm checks.
OTC copies. Commander.
NTD, Mexico 212, comm check.
NTD, have you loud and clear here as well.
I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm, welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check.
This is Gary Bush, I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these 2 closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has 3 different, actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team?
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-minus 3 hours and 44 minutes and counting as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time, as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So of course the crew is mindful at the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to, and so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time that they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see, when we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket in the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well, and the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. They really wanted to put in a lot of thought, and what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So on for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side, and then on the left side there's something similar. And so they've got, you know, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's
Sorry,
Megan
folks,
Carter
if you can
again
hear me,
from
I
the KC
apologize.
visitor.
Yeah, that's working.
All right, folks, looks like we got our audio back. Hello, everyone, and we're back again.
The camera's frozen.
But it's not.
It looks active outside. Are you sure it's frozen? I'm gonna have to refire.
A little bit closer look and talk about the LAS for the launch abort system. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit. But for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly.
Check, 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 check. All right, folks. Hope you can hear me okay now. We're back and doing our best to bring this to you. We've been struggling with audio nonstop, but we're going to do our very best. Currently, go ahead and
The team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan Again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, Integrity Crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And Integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken. Check.
Check, 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 check.
Yeah, we'll go.
Here we go again, guys. I know we've been struggling through this process, and it's very probably because we're getting jammed up with the internet. We have an immense number of people, and it's growing all the time, all of whom are putting a huge demand on the internet around here. So it's very possible that that's what's going on. In the meantime, we will continue to broadcast to the best of our ability. Doing the best we can for you folks. In the meantime, let us know where you're watching from, and feel free to ask any questions that you like. Yeah, I mean, there's just an immense number of people just here in general that are putting incredible demands on the internet in the areas that's got, and I figured this was probably going to happen. But what we will do is we will continue to bring you NASA's coverage regardless of what happens to us out here. But in the meantime, feel free to, yep, Houston, Texas, hello, hello, Yorkshire, hello, Mexico. Yep, there is choppy water, definitely. I'm glad you can see that. Yeah, we definitely have choppy water out here, folks. Hello, Houston. Thanks for being here, Mike, as always. Hello, Newfoundland. can't do this. Okay. All right. Hello, Peak District. Thank you for watching. Hello, North Wales. Thanks so much. Hello, Florida and Norway. Hello, San Diego. Appreciate you being here. Hello, Finland and Hawaii. Thanks so much for joining us. We need to be real careful here. Okay. Hello, Newcastle. Thanks for joining us today. Hello, New Jersey. Parsippany. And our audience is continuing to grow. As we draw closer to launch time. You got a lot of wildlife, a lot of birds beginning to gather because they're all interested. I think they're interested in a free meal. Oh, China's made tremendous progress on the moon. China is very likely to beat NASA to the moon, to answer your question. They've already done testing of their lunar lander in simulated lunar gravity. That's something that we haven't done yet, not with Artemis. They just did a test launch of their abort system and of their new super rocket. So they are definitely making excellent progress, and they've set a 2030 lunar landing date, and I think that's very likely indeed. Hello, Manchester. Hello, London. Thanks for checking in. Hello, Ireland. Thanks for watching. Oh, Artemis 4 will land on the moon. Artemis 3 can't land on the moon because it's been changed. The mission has been changed. Now Artemis 3 is a rendezvous mission in low Earth orbit. Hello, Montana. Hey, Big Sky country. Appreciate you being here. It's a beautiful area. Big Sky is just such a gorgeous region of the world. Ooh. We're on a marathon broadcast today, folks. So feel free to ask me any questions that you like. As launches be done in the desert. The reason for that you don't, well, I mean, launches have happened in the desert, suborbital stuff, but you have to launch from a coastal area, because if something goes wrong with the rocket and it crashes, you want it to crash in the ocean and not crash on land, potentially in a populated area. So that's why they launch from the coast. Hello, Windsor, UK. The reason that that they're doing, there will be a crew. The reason there's a rendezvous in low Earth orbit is because Jared Isaacman, the new NASA administrator, and many others decided that it was an unwise decision to try to do your first ever docking between Orion and whatever lunar lander the Orion is using in lunar orbit. To experiment in lunar orbit with no other preparation seemed like a bad idea. So instead, they decided to do a test rendezvous in Earth orbit, which, by the way, Apollo did the same thing. Apollo did all the testing with LEM rendezvous with the Apollo capsule and all that, LEM maneuvering in low Earth orbit, all that stuff. All that was done on Apollo 9, I believe. Hello, Gateshead, UK. Yeah, that's a very good question. In terms of human rating things, it could be just the technology is also established that they decided to human rate it a little quicker. Because the engines are well established. It's very easily recognized technology, and technology has been used many, many times over. The RS-25s, the solid rocket boosters, even the ICPS is powered by RL-10 engines, which have been used extensively. So it could be that it's just because there's so much old school technology in the design that's enough. Well, thank you. Appreciate you watching since I had a few hundred subscribers. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks. Got a lot of kind words today. I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. So we still have hours to go. Bear with me. I'm looking at the producer. Can you check to see if SLS is in the field? I can't see it. Can you see if SLS is on screen? All right, good. Trying to focus the view a little bit. You don't have to mess with it. Just make sure it's in the right spot. That's fine. All right, we should have SLS there at this point. Again, it's very, very distant. And we, of course, have NASA's broadcast in the bottom right. Yep, there it is. You can see SLS just to the left of center. Okay. Good. Hello, Australia. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Falcon Heavy still does not have a crew rating. The Falcon 9's had it for years. It's because Elon hasn't tried to get it human rated. He doesn't have an interest in human rating it. If there was a demand for it of some kind, if people really, if NASA had wanted to get it human rated for some purpose, then he'd do it, but he has no desire to do that himself because Starship is his human rated rocket of choice. Sorry about that. I don't know who's that. Was that ours? Okay. Can you grab that, please? Ice went. So we get, yeah, it does. That's right. Okay. Sorry, folks. We got a lot of wind knocking things over. Just staying operative in the field like this today is an interesting exercise in patience. So, yeah, we're just not. Elon hasn't been interested in getting the rocket human rated. It doesn't really serve much of a purpose. Hey, back to you, South Africa. Thanks for watching. Hello, Netherlands. Thank you very much for watching. You know, you just reminded me about my headache, and then I remembered that I am behind schedule on taking some medication, which might explain why I have a headache. Just 1 second, folks. All right, folks, 1 second here.
How's that?
Yeah, it's fine. All right. Well, let's see. By all means, keep the questions coming. Hello, Mountains of California. Really appreciate it. Yep, everybody's super busy right now. It looks like this is for real. So they need to get everything prepped and loaded up in the capsule and into flight position. Everything checked there. They got to check the hatch. There's a whole process that goes into place, and only after they're sure everything's good do they retract the arm, the boarding arm. The question about New Glenn, there is a problem with trying to launch Orion on anything other than SLS. Unless you're going to refuel it, nothing can carry Orion to the moon except SLS in a single launch. You'll have to refuel it otherwise. Even the upgraded New Glenn is only capable of carrying about 20 metric tons out to TLI. And Orion weighs 26.5 metric tons. So even the upgraded version of New Glenn can't do the job. So unless you have a refueling architecture in place that works, SLS remains the only rocket that's powerful enough to get it all the way to the moon in one shot. Come up with my name. Things that got me angry back in the old days, and they still do. Space doesn't get enough funding. It doesn't get a lot of priority. And also the funding they do get sometimes gets wasted and spent inefficiently. You know, I've been a defender of SLS recently in some ways, but it still had way too much money spent on it. An insane amount of money. It took far too long to get it ready, given the fact that it was just reused and repurposed shuttle technology. It shouldn't have cost that much. Huh? Right. So yeah, for each seat on the Artemis 2 mission, each seat is $1.5 billion. It's utterly insane. Utterly insane how much that costs. So it's the money that NASA does get, which isn't enough, is not spent wisely. So that is something that frustrates me. I mean, some of it is, but some of it isn't. And NASA could do so much more if they had more efficient use of their procurement. But then again, it's a government agency, so what do you expect? All right, here's another question. Are you going to be able to have contact with Artemis 2 the entire time it's behind the moon? No, we won't. There'll be a communications blackout during its journey to the far side of the moon. We don't have an established communications network and infrastructure to make that communication possible. Even though China might have a satellite in place or something like that, we don't have it integrated into the NASA Deep Space Network to communicate. So there will still be a communications blackout on the far side of the moon, as there always was. How do they avoid all the Starlink satellites and other things? Yes, the question on the Starlink satellites and space junk, very carefully. Their launches are pre-planned, and only specific launch windows are open when they know there's no Starlinks, no satellites, no garbage, nothing in the way. So even though a window may have, say, 2 hours, let's say there's a 2-hour window that theoretically the rocket can launch, there really isn't. They might launch at 1 hour and 59 minutes, and then 1 hour and 54 minutes, 1 hour and 52 minutes. There are specific mini windows in the middle of a larger launch window. And the reason to get, and that has become more and more problematic. It's much more difficult now than it was during the time of Apollo. So they have to tie down those specific launch window opportunities ahead of time based on the orbital paths of space junk and, of course, all the satellites. So yeah, it does make it a bit difficult. Professor, yeah, it is. History is definitely being made today. There's a lot of people around the world watching. Yeah, going back to the moon, that's a huge thing. But this is only the first step. We can't just take this victory lap and be done with it again. We have to move forward and actually complete the base. If we're not going to put a space station orbiting the moon, then we need to build a base on the moon. And so somehow I just don't think 2030 is even remotely possible, but it's nice for them to be ambitious about their dates. Thank you, Figure. Really appreciate it. Once again, guys, I need to make a reminder. I don't want any mentions of Challenger, Columbia, or anything involving the deaths of astronauts on this stream. I have zero tolerance for that, and you'll be banned. We have people watching whose family members, in some cases, whose children are on this flight. We need to be cognizant of that. These are real people that have real families that are on this flight, and they are watching right now. And some of them may be watching this broadcast. And the reason I know that is because the parents of Jeremy, the Canadian guy who's on this flight, they watched one of my live streams where somebody put in the chat that they hope the rocket blows up. They got so upset that they wouldn't give me an interview. They asked me what kind of people I had watching my stream, all that kind of stuff. So I know that's not the vast majority of you, but I just want to make sure everybody understands ahead of time. I got zero tolerance for that. And so do my moderators. Yeah, if you want to say, I bet they cancel, that's great. That I think is very possible. Anything that doesn't involve people getting killed, I'm totally okay with whatever you want to say. You want to say NASA sucks? Fine. You want to say, NASA is a waste of taxpayer money? Fine. Just don't say anything about any of these brave people being killed. All right. Still happy to answer any questions. Oh, yeah, definitely called off. Sure. That's very possible. And once again, if that's all you said, I apologize. But there have been people saying much worse than that on this stream so far today. So maybe I'm getting a bit knee-jerk in my reaction. So that's all you said. I apologize. So in any event, to give you an idea of what I'm looking at here across the inlet, Obviously, we have the SLS and Pad 39B. We also have Pad 39A to the right of the launch pad. And at that location is where SpaceX has their operations set up. It's where they send up Crew Dragons to the International Space Station. Immediately to the right of that tower is the new Starship orbital launch mount that will be used for Starship flights. For a while, I thought there was no way they were going to be using that because it was too close to Pad 39A. But now SpaceX is moving Pad 39A essentially. They're moving their Falcon 9 capability to a different launch pad further away from the Starship launch pad so they can launch Starship from that location. Hey, more power to them, whatever they want to do. And then to the right of that is the vehicle assembly building. Let me see if I can get this on the camera here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, just here at the right side of your screen now, the big white building, black and white building is the vehicle assembly building. And then immediately to its left, that gray tower there is the Starship orbital launch mount. And then the smaller tower immediately to the left of that one is Pad 39A, where they launched the... I apologize. I'm sorry. We have a new tower going up there, and then to the left of that is the OLM. And then the next one down the line is 39A. Just so you know what I'm looking at there. There you go. Now we're back on 39B and Artemis 2 SLS. Reentry will be different from Apollo program. Yes, it will, Big J. Let me explain how. The Apollo reentries hit the atmosphere dead on, and the heat shields on those things, they were tough, and they were able to take the punishment and pierce right through the atmosphere, slowing down, of course, bleeding off speed as they went through in a fiery inferno, eventually splashing down in the Pacific. But the Orion, in order to preserve the heat shield for reuse, amongst other things, they're going to skip it. They're going to perform a gradual aero braking maneuver. They'll decelerate a bit and then skip the vehicle back up into a higher altitude, then go back down, bleed off some more speed, and skip back up again. The reason they're doing that is they want to preserve the heat shield. They don't want it to take as much damage as it would during a direct re-entry. So that's the difference with how they're going to do the re-entries. How many Starship launch towers will they have at Canaveral? 2. 2, Mike. Okay, good. All right. The astronauts are not yet in the capsule. They're still in the process of being loaded. But yes, there are 4 astronauts. 1 Canadian. 1 woman, Christina Koch, the first woman who will ever travel to cislunar space. A black man, Victor Glover. And Jeremy Hansen, the first Canadian man, or first Canadian person, period, to fly to cislunar space. So a different sort of crew from the crews that used to be on Apollo missions. But all very experienced veteran astronauts. I would say Jeremy probably has the least experience. Well, Empire, one of the problems is if you're going to use a Chinese satellite to communicate with Artemis, assuming it could be done, let's assume that that could be done. That means you would have to link that Chinese satellite into the NASA Deep Space Network. NASA has been 100% opposed to giving the People's Republic of China access to anything that they use. The reason for that is there was an accusation that the Chinese were stealing NASA technology in previous collaborative missions that were done between the two countries. And so that's probably why we wouldn't have a collaboration, is because you would need to integrate that Chinese satellite into the NASA Deep Space Network, which they're not going to do. Maybe someday in the future, we'll have an environment where these nations are more willing to collaborate. But that time is not now. And I'm happy to answer any other questions. I mean, it is true, by the way. I had a conversation one time with Sierra Space's head of IT security, and he said they had hundreds and hundreds of foreign intrusions hitting their firewall every single day, and 90% of those hostile intrusions were coming from China. So, I mean, there's clearly a big effort on the part of the People's Republic of China to get access to advanced U.S. tech. I mean, a lot of countries probably want to do that, but they're just a little bit more blatant about it. Yes, to answer the question, Trip, it's a question, could it be that there'll be an ESA astronaut on board when they land in 2 years? Maybe. I would say chances are if they do 2 moon landings in the same year, as Jared Isaacman is saying they're going to do, I would say there's a strong possibility that there'll be a European astronaut on board. Aaron, there'll be a European astronaut on board for at least one of those missions. And then just at the engine space. Okay, to answer your question about the MHD, magnetohydrodynamic drive, that I've talked about as a potential drive system for UFOs. If you're in space, you can still use it. And what you do is there are natural ions in space, solar wind, that you can manipulate instead of air to use for propulsion. So actually the MHD drive can work in an atmosphere and in space as long as there's ions in space to manipulate. And there's very strong solar wind in interplanetary space. So yeah, it's very possible that the same drive system would be able to work both in an atmosphere and outside. Yeah, and to be clear, somebody was answering the question. He's not talking about an ion engine as much as an MHD drive, magnetohydrodynamic drive, which does ionize the air around a vehicle. So it's different than a traditional ion engine, just so you know. That's what his question was about. They haven't scrubbed a mission yet because of leaks, no. Just 1 second, folks. It's going to take a little bit more medicine. 1 sec. Crowd is continuing to grow, folks. We have people lined up everywhere on the water side. What? Oh. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Yep, I wish I could have done that. You're plugged in, right? Folks, apparently we have some kind of animal coming by. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah. Oh, right, okay. Little lizard, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Got lots of lizards around here in Florida. Actually, my cousin Lisa, for those of you unfamiliar with my background, my uncle was a career NASA employee out here. I've spent many a holiday season here at Cape Canaveral. My uncle was a career NASA employee, like I said, and one of his daughters, Lisa, was a biology major. She studied biology at the University of Notre Dame. And when I would come out, she would take me out on nature walks looking for giant tortoises and alligators and frogs, everything. How confident are we with the current countdown clock as the poll? Thanks for putting that up there. Will it go on schedule or will there be a hold? I would say a hold is pretty likely, but we'll see. Who can say? They've had a lot of time to get ready. You want to see some views? Sure. Hey, you know what? Take it off of Zoom and let's show everybody where we are. We take the whole tripod down. Don't take it off the tripod. Okay, everybody. Say hi, everyone. Say hi to the world. Hello, world. Everybody in New York, Tiki Bar. Everybody say hi to the planet. Got people all over the world watching you right now. Folks are thrilled all over the world. There you go. See? All you had to do is just come to New York Tiki Bar, and we were set to go. There's our fellow onlookers, guys. Lots and lots of them. Space fanatics, all. Once again, the Tiki Bar is called New York Tiki Bar. I have no idea why it's called that, but very nice people here, really good food. Just a great place to come out and watch the launch. That looks better than Milton Keynes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's just one free return trajectory orbit. They may extend it. It's possible. They might extend it, but probably not. There you go, Matt Professor. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm glad that you're making up for that. We're at less than 3 hours to go now, folks. It's starting to feel real because we have a completed tanking. I mean, it's been complete for a while. Man, it's just managed to catch it. God, I didn't believe the wind got that strong. It's been fine all the way up to now. I tell you, that wind. You're not gonna be able to stand like that forever. So yeah, until the wind calms down a bit. Almost lost the camera, but not quite. We caught it. Hello, Norway. Glad to have you here.
It's definitely one of those that
Yeah, the water looks beautiful out here. There's no question about that. It's really a lovely day for a flight. We do have some scattered clouds and some showers, definitely indications of rain here and there. But overall, things are looking pretty good. Okay, good. All right, we got it zoomed back in. On SLS. Well, I'll tell you, the wind is starting to come in right off the water now. It looks like that it's making a real effort to try to blow my tripod over. But we're doing our best to keep it secured. Currently, any constraints to launch? Is NASA currently working any issues? The answer is no. No issues as far as we know. Weather might be a problem, but I mean, odds look very favorable that at the time that launch is scheduled to occur, that there aren't going to be any serious storms. But we shall see. Florida weather can be unpredictable. So all I can say is we'll see what happens. But it's overcast and all that, but really a beautiful day. And frankly, when it's overcast, I tell you, things are looking very clear right now at the time of launch. I think whatever clouds we have and whatever rain issues we have, it looks like they're going to be gone by the time. I mean, we're only 2 hours and 45 minutes away from launch at this point. So we'll see. So the better ways, the exploration modern spaceman, what we currently use, better designs. Yeah, definitely. I just did a report on pulsar fusion. If they can ever, I mean, they just did a very successful first test of creating and controlling plasma in an electromagnetic field. If they can get that to be an operational engine, it will change everything. It will utterly change everything. I mean, we'll still have to use chemical engines to get to orbit. Be too dangerous to use a nuclear engine in the atmosphere. But once you're out in space, you fire up one of those fusion engines and you're at Mars in 30 days or less. Jupiter in 6 months instead of Mars in 6 months. I mean, you're looking at missions to the Jovian worlds being a real possibility. So yeah, there's definitely technology that's being developed right now that could revolutionize spaceflight. What else we got? I'm happy to answer any other questions. Helium-3 is fuel. Yeah, actually, that is what Pulsar Fusion intends to use, is helium-3. And of course, it's expensive and difficult to get here on Earth. However, they'll be able to do at least the first tests and smaller scale stuff with that engine using helium-3. And then by that time, if NASA has a base on the moon, mining helium-3 should be a reality. And getting access to a lot of helium-3 should be a lot easier at that point. Yeah, helium-3 is the best way to use a fusion engine. Recent CME, there's another question about that. NASA has stated that the coronal mass ejection or big time solar storm that we just had will not present a threat to this particular mission. However, it's worth keeping in mind that the sunspot that created that particular CME is rotating into a position to where if it unleashes another storm, it will probably be heading straight at us. However, that being said, Orion is rated to take a solar storm, to get hit by a solar storm and survive it, and for the passengers to survive it as well. They have and if you want more details on the solar storm shelter, I just released a video today covering that. Yeah, it looks about that. Yeah, assuming it comes straight, if it comes straight in on us. We may have to jump off broadcast again for a little bit if rain starts bombarding us again, which is possible. Happy to take additional questions. But helium-3 fusion, combining helium-3 and deuterium, creates a neutronic fusion. In other words, no neutron radiation, meaning very little radiation for the crew and especially damaging your engine. The more high radiation activity you have in an engine, the more damage that engine is going to take and the less reusable it is. And there are definitely other nuclear engines being tested right now. Pulsar fusion is just one of them. We choose to go to the moon not because it's easy, because we thought it would be easy. The rocket, many billions. It cost about $20 billion to develop the whole thing. And it costs about $2 to $4 billion to launch it every time. Now, if they start launching more of them more frequently, the price will probably drop a lot. But still, it's ridiculously expensive. We definitely need a less expensive and reusable option. Right now, we don't have one. We don't have a viable human-rated option yet. One day, maybe. Hopefully. How's that? 6.6. Oh, my God. You worked at Morton Thiokol, did you? How about that? That's cool. Thanks for joining us today. Folks at Morton Thiokol do really good work. Yeah, we definitely have a storm coming. We definitely have a lot of rain possibly coming in. I'm not sure if it's going to hit us dead on where we currently are. It may make its way out to sea. I'm not sure. We might duck it. Right now, it's a beautiful view over at the Cape, though. You can see the SLS. You can even see I can see just from my angle on the camera, you can see the orange fuel tank. It's just beautifully illuminated right now. Really, really nice. It's a gorgeous day for a flight. The plan is I don't think they'll live stream the whole thing. I think they'll have the cameras running through a lot of it, and that will be available to everybody to watch. If that is indeed the case, I plan to keep it running on my channel as much as possible too, so folks can watch Orion make its journey. There was certainly a lot of live stream activity that you could watch from Artemis 1. That was really nice. So we'll see. Hello, Liverpool. Hey, good job. That's our awesome producer that managed to zoom in a bit better there. Thank you, Derek. That looks very nice. Compared to what I'm looking at there, that's a nice zoom in. Good job, Derek. So yeah, we'll see exactly how much they cover on this mission. They're probably going to cover quite a bit of it. And folks, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as a result of our fantastic supporter, Gody, our super chats have been through the roof today. But I certainly won't turn down any more. It's your support that makes this sort of coverage possible. And especially it allows me to bring my producer out with me to these sorts of events, which is what I want to do as much as possible. Well, a majority, I only just noticed that a majority of the people on the poll think that it's going to go on schedule. I like it. I like that optimism. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. The Crew Dragon has been met by dolphins. That could happen with this mission as well. Dolphins oftentimes show a lot of interest in human vehicles, boats, whatever. Although recently killer whales have been showing a different kind of interest, and they've been smashing up yachts and things. They start to become aggressive, which is interesting because they really weren't that way for quite some time. Oh, hello, whoever's watching from hospital. Thank you very much for joining us today. I hope this is making your stay in hospital a little bit better. Okay, I'll call you David from now on. Thanks for your incredible support as always, David. The raw video should be available a lot of the time. It was with Artemis 1. You should be able to get a lot of raw video. I'm too old to be an astronaut now. If I were younger, yeah. But no, I've reached a point in my life to where being an astronaut is no longer realistic. Although, interestingly, I found out that Virgin Galactic is restarting their suborbital missions. And they're definitely charging a lot less than Blue Origin does, but still far more money than I could afford. $700,000. That's a bit much. But it would be an incredible experience. So a little over 2.5 hours. And what I'm here to do is answer questions, guys. I'm covering what I see, and what I see is a steadily growing crowd. That's just getting larger and larger by the minute, and more excited by the minute as we close in on liftoff time. I mean, it is really astonishing how close we're starting to get now compared to when we showed up. So if you want to step away for a bit, you can. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Just having a seat here, guys. Letting my producer go for a little bit. Okay. Sorry about that, Derek. I shifted the image over slightly. And hang on, we're waiting. I can't see your chat currently. So my producer's taking a second to step away. Thank you. Yes, launch is, well, little bit longer than, more like 2 hours and 40 minutes, but yeah. From now. And yeah, that's true. If Bill Shatner went to space, I certainly could. But it'd be a matter more of affording it than anything else. Maybe one day. Or maybe one day I'll be able to convince Virgin Galactic that it's worth it to send a social media guy up for free. Maybe that'll help their business or something. You never can tell. Still happy to answer questions, doing my best to keep up with your chats. Current wind conditions, any issues? I doubt it. There is a little wind right now. You can see it. Actually, I'm looking at the windsock. The windsock is definitely active. There's definitely a strong breeze coming in from the south. And again, the reason for that is pretty clear because there's a hell of a lot of rain over there. There's definitely a lot of storm activity down to the south. But it's not here. I get the impression that it's just moving by to the south of us, and that by the time we get to launch time or so, all of that is going to be gone. That's my understanding of the situation. Oh, they did test it without people once. Artemis 1 was an unmanned test, but now they need to test it with people. And I know this sounds nasty, but if there's a solar storm, they need to test the radiation shelter, the solar storm shelter, with people. They need to see how well it protects the astronauts. Hopefully it will protect them the way they say it will. But if it doesn't, we need to know that, and we need to know that now. And yes, that is risking the lives and long-term health of these astronauts to be taking that sort of chance. But they know exactly that that's what they're doing. There's total informed consent in this situation. What they're doing now, they're doing so that future astronauts will be safer. Well, okay, just to be clear, you're right. We've seen the far side, dark side, whatever of the moon before. We have. What's different about this mission is not the first time we're seeing it. It's the first time that we're seeing the entire far side of the moon, the entire disk of the moon from the far side. The reason in the past, the reason previous astronauts didn't do that is because the Apollo astronauts were orbiting in LLO, low lunar orbit. And from LLO, you don't get to see the entire far side of the moon. But as far out as they're going on this orbit, they're going way past the moon. This will allow them to see the entire far side. Now, of course, we've seen the entire far side before with robots, but no human has ever seen the entire far side of the moon. There are areas of the far side of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes, just because of the way that Apollo capsules orbited the moon. So that's what's different about this mission, not that they're seeing the far side for the first time. And again, we can't go straight for a landing. They didn't do that with Apollo, and they're not going to do it on this mission either. They need to make sure, they need to test Orion and the life support systems, maybe the radiation shelter, everything that's necessary for Orion's function. All of that needs to be tested in interplanetary space before they complicate it by adding a lunar lander to the equation. They did it with Apollo. They orbited the moon first before they did a lunar landing attempt. And all this is doing is essentially following their wise example. Because it's new technology. It's a new spacecraft. Everything about this thing is new. There's almost zero Apollo technology in this thing. Will any of these 4 astronauts be part of a future Artemis mission? I think the question is, we don't know yet. It's possible. But there are quite a number of astronauts that are lined up for additional missions. So it's hard to say. Tom Hanks. Yes, they did. Yeah, Mike, they did do a free return trajectory mission with Apollo 13 and the LEM. They were in the LEM at the time because the Apollo command capsule, its life support broke down, ran out of oxygen during the general emergency, the explosion, and other unfortunate things that happened during Apollo 13. But the free return trajectory was not designed to go as far past the moon as Artemis 2 is. It was designed essentially to go just as far past the moon as it had to get the free return slingshot effect of essentially and get him back as fast as they could. Whereas this one goes further away from the moon intentionally. Now, of course, another reason why that was the case is that previously, before all the recent changes, Artemis was going to be orbiting a very long ways away from the moon anyway. The Lunar Gateway space station was going to occupy an orbit that was a considerable distance away from the moon. So that was another reason why they wanted to do this orbit. No problem, Figure. I'm happy to answer all your questions. Yes, Jim Lovell. Very true. The only person to go around the far side of the moon twice. And not to land. It's very sad. Thanks very much. Anything to be angry about in today's mission? No, I'm excited about today's mission. I'll be angry if it gets scrubbed for some reason. Otherwise, today's a day to be excited and happy, assuming it takes off and assuming everything goes well. The fastest a human has traveled. Yeah, I'd say that's probably true. Because as they're picking up speed coming back from a trip on their translunar injection orbit, yeah, I would say that's probably the case. You know, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's the case, but they haven't talked about that. That's one thing they haven't talked about. But yeah, presumably, if you're carrying out an orbit from that distance, they should get an opportunity to pick up some serious speed coming back. Yeah, we haven't gotten hit yet. I don't know. We are looking at some threatening rain clouds to the south that seem to be coming a bit closer. Hard to say for certain. So, yep, people seem to think it's going to go on schedule. That's great. We have a steadily growing crowd, too. Glad to have all of you folks with us. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much, Golden. Thanks for getting another super chat in there. Really appreciate it. Like I say, all the help that we get from you folks, we use this to travel, to bring you new and unusual content. I am going to do my best to get to Space Symposium here in 2 weeks, which is in Colorado Springs. I do my best to go every year. It's the largest space conference in the United States. It has tons and tons of different companies represented, including SpaceX, Rocket Lab, ULA, all the big guys. They're all there. And I've had opportunities to interview folks like Lockheed Martin. I've interviewed Lockheed Martin a couple of times at least, once about their nuclear propulsion plans and another time about Orion. So yeah, like I say, that you guys' support today, that's what this goes to. Allows me to bring you unique content from other areas of the world. Thoughts on Apophis' plan, river disturbance? Yeah, I don't know. Apophis, I think, is something we need to watch very closely. It's coming way too close to our planet to be taken lightly. I mean, yes, we feel pretty confident that it's going to miss us by 20-something thousand or 30-something thousand kilometers. But it's going to come closer, as far as we know, based on near-Earth asteroids that we're aware of. It's going to come closer to our planet than any large asteroid ever has in the history of human civilization. That's a big deal. You'll be able to see it with the naked eye, too. How long until launch? About 2 hours and 20 minutes, roughly. No new news on 3i Atlas currently, but we should be getting some because there's more information from the JUICE spacecraft, from the photographs they took that the European Space Agency hasn't released. And also the Juno spacecraft took quite a number of photographs of 3i Atlas as it went by Jupiter. And so far, we haven't seen any of those. Yeah, folks, we're going to have to pull out for a moment. So we're going to have to disconnect here, the broadcast, for just a second because we're about to get hit by rain. We don't want our equipment to get waterlogged. We'll be back as soon as we possibly can. So we'll see you here very shortly. The broadcast will continue with NASA coverage, but it'll just be me that's stopping momentarily. But I'll be back soon. In the meantime, watch the NASA Artemis coverage.
counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the test should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science writing along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that is going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment.
Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, you know, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface, and then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples that matched to the crew. So we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, she made a really great point about, the human eye can pick things out that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, that's a really cool experiment. They took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is
so impressive.
Feels like scientific, sci-fi movie stuff.
Yeah.
But, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. We got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva, you can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so again, her energy just so oh my God, I can't find the words. So
wonderful.
Awesome. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got him. I see him being asked.
And CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, you know, these are actually pretty similar to, you know, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. You know, we have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then, you know, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, you know, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you know, you get set back in your seat and the G-forces are into your chest.
CDR OTC Orion Earth 1.
Go ahead.
Moon leak check complete. The cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we
sorry.
talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. Yeah, so the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch, and often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home. So slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You know, you heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
and
incredible.
so you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually, you know, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces. And so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right, now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowd's there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here in Florida. And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, are locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done. You're a freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff, that's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely have that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
oh, no
here
way,
was,
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us, so hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis 2 is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis 2 mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on. So let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan. And we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. and currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range.
And speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life.
You told him about the fact we're going to lose. Okay, folks, I think we may be live at this point. Once again, please let me know one way or the other. Once again, we're zoomed in on the rocket. Can you hear me? Can you folks hear me? I don't think anybody can hear me. Okay. All right. Well, up there we go. Okay. Yep. Folks can hear me now. Good. Fantastic, folks. Thanks. So here we are. We're back. And we are rolling. And we're getting close. We are less than 2 hours. About an hour and 45 minutes to launch at this point, folks. Our plan is to just keep broadcasting now until we lift off. Thanks, guys. Sorry it took so long for the chat to come back, but yes, now it's great that you folks can hear me. I'm very happy. Let's see. This puff is going to pass between Earth and the Moon, above and below the Moon's orbit. It's passing just above the Earth and Moon's orbit, I believe. Of course, it's hard to say above, below, but above as in closer to the North Pole than the South Pole. The last time I looked at Apophyse's trajectory and an animated depiction of its trajectory, I think that is what we have going on. And we have a launch. It's launching in about an hour and 45 minutes, 6:30, roughly 6:30 Eastern time. So we're about an hour and 45 away from liftoff. We're getting very close, very fast. And I'll tell you, this is starting to feel real. It really is. And once again, I mean, we're going back to the moon, guys. We got humans going to the moon. All right. So let's see. I'm checking. Bear with me, folks. I'm checking on NASA's latest updates to see if there's anything going on. Okay, checking Artemis. That has the most up-to-date stuff. 26 minutes ago, we got an update with nothing being problematic. Every update we've gotten so far from NASA shows nothing happening that's an issue. Yeah, and also you may see the water is nowhere near as choppy as it was. I think we've got the weather is definitely calming. So yeah, that's great. No, they're not landing on the moon. They're orbiting the moon. They are orbiting the moon. And again, this is like an Apollo 8 mission, which again also orbited the moon. It's a dry run, essentially. Again, testing the systems on Orion, testing the life support. I mean, it's a 10-day mission, but Orion is technically capable of keeping these astronauts alive for more than double that time, which makes it stand apart from Apollo. Apollo couldn't do that. Orion can. And the reason it can is because it recycles a lot of the oxygen, the water, a A lot gets recycled on Orion with using technology that didn't exist in the 60s and early 70s. So that is one positive thing about Artemis and the advances. But yeah, Mike is right. There is an embedded hold in the launch countdown. There will definitely be that. And that, again, just to confirm that everything looks good. All right. Where's this from? Okay. So we have a little bit of information suggesting that there's a range issue and some rumors that it might be flight termination system equipment. If it is, it's probably going to scrub today. If there's a problem with that, they're probably not going to be able to fix it all in the same day. Let's hope that's not the case. But there is word of some range issues that could be FTS related. And again, if that's what it is, it's game over. It takes a lot more than a couple hours to rectify a flight termination system problem. Let's hope that's not the case. The mission will take 10 days. It'll be a 10-day mission. People need to be on the flight because we need to know what happens to them. We need to make sure that people will, how do they function in the life support? There's a life support system on board. You don't know how well people are going to function in a life support system unless they're on board breathing the oxygen. The oxygen and carbon dioxide is getting recycled into fresh oxygen. You've got to have the water's getting recycled. You don't know how all of those things work until you have humans in the system. So you got to have that in place in order to make sure that everything works properly. Yes, it's approximately a 10-day mission. As I say, I'm happy to. It was 3 days out, 3 days back, plus the time. Original missions were 3 days out, 3 days back, plus a couple of days, anywhere from 12 hours to a couple of days on the surface. A little shorter than this mission. Not much, but a little shorter. And the thing of it is, Apollo missions couldn't go much longer than that because they didn't have recycling water, recycling atmosphere, any of that. Their life support was not as advanced as what Orion uses. Orion is using a similar life support system to what they've been using on the International Space Station for some time. Now, again, if we have an FTS problem, though, guys, I don't think they would be showing us a countdown clock. I think they would have aborted this already if there is an FTS issue. I really don't think so. There could be just a boat that strayed into the range area or something like that. In which case, better to have that happen now than later. Chase the boat out, fine them, or put them in jail because they're trespassing on secure government property and actually a military range. So, but Knockers 1983, the right stuff. You know something? I should have umbrellas and sheeting and tarps. I just don't. We got here late yesterday evening, and then headed straight out. Really had very little time to buy additional stuff to be more properly prepared. Is what it is. And plus, we're standing right next to an overhang, right next to this tiki bar, to where we all have to do is retreat a couple steps and we're protected from the rain. So we'll be all right. And frankly, we could have used the break anyway. And by the way, everybody say thank you, David, again. David, who made this incredibly generous super chat contribution that you can see at the top of the chat. Thank you, David. It's the most generous supporter by far that my channel has ever had. Okay, so there's information suggesting that there's communications to the FTS system that needs to be rectified in some way. It's hard to say what that is and how serious the problem might be. Again, I haven't seen any information from Artemis confirming any of that, but that has been on our NASA feed. Okay. And apparently they feel pretty confident that they're going to rectify that. Otherwise, they wouldn't be continuing the countdown. I mean, we're astonishingly close at this stage. And if there were any serious problems, they would scrub at this point. All right. Yep, I'm at the just to confirm everybody, I'm at the New York Tiki Bar just south of Titusville. They were kind enough to give us a spot to broadcast from, and it is fantastic here. Really, really fantastic here. Yes, I think Starship will launch in April. I feel pretty confident about that. Now, you know, what will be the results of the launch? That's anybody's guess because it's brand new engines, brand new everything. So there's a lot of stuff that's relatively untested. Granted, the engines have been tested a lot on the stand, but that was the case with the Raptor 2s as well. So we'll see. Certainly hope not. No scrub currently. No scrub as far as we know. And yes, I am currently here. I am broadcasting that view that you have, the larger view of the close-up on the SLS rocket. That is what I am seeing from my vantage point. That is where I am. And I'm here because of you guys, because of your generous support, because of the GoFundMe that I did that you guys contributed to, because of super chats, because of everything you guys did to go above and beyond and go out of your way. David, by far, being the biggest contributor. And because of that, that's why I'm here. That's why my producer is here. That's why we can broadcast and report on this issue in person. Whatever happens to this rocket, we are going to see it happen. And yeah, it's zoomed in. That's why. It's just zoomed in. It's a long, long, long ways away. Methane gas leak. What kind of methane gas leak? Computers, electronics have a nasty habit of glitching and malfunctioning. Yes, that's true. We're surrounded by a sea of electromagnetic energy and radiation in the atmosphere. Yeah, that's true. That's all very true. FTS issue is securing the crew hatch on the FTS system. Is that right? Okay. Well, as I say, they have time to rectify that. And apparently they don't regard it as being a serious enough problem to abort or delay the count. We're at just over an hour and a half to go now, guys. Yes, Angry, you're right. I'm disappointed too that it took us this long to be able to fly back to the moon. But thank God we're finally doing it. Thank God we're finally doing it. Yeah, producer, why don't you zoom out a tad just so we can see the surrounding countries, the river a bit better. He does it from that side. Look how zoomed in he is. So let's just go ahead and zoom out a little bit. There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Still over 300 people watching now. Our crowd is continuing to grow as we get closer and closer to liftoff. Man, I'll tell you, this is getting intriguing to say the least. So now, as you can see, they're showing the flight plan, the trajectory that Artemis will be taking. You see that on the bottom right. It will just be an orbit, a free return trajectory orbit around the far side of the moon, going further away from Earth than any human-rated vehicle has ever flown. Further away than anything, any human-rated vehicle, any people have ever flown. Yeah, 50 years to go back to the moon. You're absolutely right about that. It is a long time. Thanks, Mad Professor. You're right. I think it is exciting. Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you so much. I was in third grade when Constellation was announced, disappointed and angry that it took so long. I agree. Constellation was a great plan, and they shut that down. It's just been one really exciting plan after another to get back to the moon shut down over and over again. So super appreciated. Thank you. And David, thank you so much for everything you do. Everybody, the crowd's growing. I'm super excited. Over 350 people watching now, and it's still over 90 minutes to liftoff. So we should have a pretty big crowd here by the time we get up to launch time. It's getting close. Getting close. I had to change my answer. China will probably do I would say they're going to do a unmanned flight in 2028, a human-rated orbital flight in 2029, and then they'll land in 2030. That's my guess. Feel free to ask whatever questions you guys would like. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to cover this exciting event all over the world. Hey, check in. Let us know where you're watching from, by the way, folks. Just to give everybody an idea of the audience that we have and where you're watching from. We've had people from the nation of Georgia watching today. That was one. I don't know if that's a first for me, but I know I haven't had too many people from the country, Georgia, not the state, but the country of Georgia watching. Yep, I'm super excited to be this close to this rocket too, let me tell you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Draco isn't dead. It's just a different nuclear plan now, apparently. We don't know about alcohol, a lot about alcohol in space. The Russians have way more experience with that than we do. Russians have smuggled liquor into space way more frequently than we ever did. Hey, Michigan, thanks for being here. Alberta, Phoenix, Poland, Scotland, Pennsylvania, thanks for watching. Netherlands, Bristol, San Clemente, Colorado, my home state, Brussels, Calgary. Let's see, what do we have here? Bendel Hill, in England, Grimsby, another England. Of course, lots of British people. Hello, Ireland. Britain is kind of my nexus of angry support. Shackleton Crater. Hello, Fremont, California, and Doncaster. Hello, Newcastle. Thank you for being here. Hello, Ohio and Plattsburgh, New York. Listening while cleaning the school. Okay, that's cool. Hello, Southern Ohio and East Germany, I guess. They're in the eastern part of Germany. There's no, of course, official East Germany anymore. Hello, Faroe Islands, Bolton. Sweden, hello. Thank you very much. Walkerton, Ontario. They can't stream past the moon, at least not when they go behind the moon, because they'll be out of communication. They're probably going to be doing a lot of streaming otherwise. Hello, Evergreen. All right. Hello, Switzerland and Highland, California. Thanks very much for watching. Yep, we're getting close to hatch closing time, guys. We can see it in the lower right. This is getting real. We're less than an hour and a half away from scheduled liftoff, from the opening of the launch window. This is getting nuts. Hello, New Mexico. Thank you very much, Psychic. I really appreciate your kind words. I think SpaceX and NASA plan to pull off an in-flight docking Starship with Orion. No, it'll be Starship with Orion. At least that's the plan for Artemis 3, is that they're going to use the whatever the HLS system is at the time, and then SLS will launch the Orion into orbit, and then the two will dock, practice docking maneuvers. It'll be a manned mission, by the way. One thing that could also be done, because it's just an orbital mission, the ICPS is going to have almost all of its fuel left over when it reaches orbit. The ICPS theoretically could take another mission somewhere else. It could take an orbiter to Mars or to Venus, something like that. It has more than enough fuel. Hey, Las Vegas, thanks very much. It has decent, very decent, certainly superior to what Apollo did. There's a lot more opportunity to see space, but it doesn't have that really nice viewing cupola the way that the Crew Dragon has. Hey, Houston, thanks for checking in. Oh, man, I'm getting excited, let me tell you. Very excited. Well, if they find an alien moon base on the dark side, I have a feeling they're not going to tell anybody. Hey, Saratoga Springs. No, it's definite. We're a go right now. Not a no-go. We are go for launch currently. There's no indication that there's a problem, at least not a serious enough problem to stop the launch. I get my energy to do all these flights. It wears me out, let me tell you. Let me tell you, Lex. It takes a lot out of me to do all of this stuff. But you do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. Traka, do I think it's better for Orion after SLS? It's hard to say. Here's the problem. None of the above, and I'll tell you why. None of them are capable of driving a 26.5-ton spacecraft out to cislunar space. They can't do it. Orion is too heavy for any, at least unless you're going to refuel. If we have our refueling architecture in place, then anything can put Orion into orbit. You could have a Falcon 9 put Orion into orbit, possibly. There's definitely a lot of alternatives, but only if you refuel. If you don't refuel, there is no rocket capable of transporting Orion all the way out to lunar space. Not even the upgraded New Glenn. That upgunned New Glenn won't even have enough power. That's how big and heavy Orion is. Launch for NASA, pre-launch for SpaceX stock. That's good. I like that. Pulse plasma is a good idea. I've actually did a video about that once. It's a very interesting concept. Again, next generation propulsion is something we need to get focused on. We are going to be doing nuclear electric propulsion here soon. That's been announced. There's money being put into it, and we have a spaceship that's going out to Mars that will be powered by that. So, well, thank you for watching, Joshua. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know something we don't know just how serious the whole abort thing is. Um, that's still kind of an open question right now. Let me see if I can find an update here. I know they've been talking about it on the stream, but let me see if I can find anything else. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to check to see if I can find any updates from Artemis. We have no updates about that being an issue, about it being a serious problem. I mean, I'm assuming it is if they've been talking about it on the stream. But so far, NASA is not talking about it as if it's a real serious issue. Maybe they have a backup system that will be able to deal with the problem if they can't solve the current issue. I don't know. 1 hour, just over an hour and 15 minutes now to liftoff. Yeah, we are getting so close, guys. This is just getting beyond intense. And again, from our vantage point, we're about 10 kilometers away, I think, about 6 miles, maybe 7. I mean, it is crazy close. It is going to be insane. And I've seen SLS lift off. I've seen SLS fly before, or not SLS. I've seen Starship fly before, and Starship is insanely loud. It's a crazy loud rocket, but it's just this and its solid rocket boosters may make a ton of noise. Going to bring you as much as we can, but even if something happens with the internet here, we will continue bringing you the NASA stream throughout the launch, regardless of what happens. Something happening? Yeah. But we are moving forward. I mean, it is looking pretty optimistic right now. Frankly, I'm a little surprised we got this far. So we'll see. We're over 400 people watching. Really appreciate you guys being here today. Thank you very much. And feel free once again to let us know where you're watching from if you like. Yes, this is my own stream. This is my own stream, folks. NASA reports ranges go, according to Mike, who's been watching the channel forever, and he knows what's up. So here we go, ranges go. We have a lot of people saying that. So near as I could tell, that was the only issue that they were struggling with. The only thing that currently looks problematic, and it is no longer problematic. What I feel when the SLS launches, I'm very excited for one thing. And the noise, well, again, I've never seen an SLS take off actually, not in person, because this is only the second launch of the rocket. But when Starship flies, it is the loudest, most visceral experience I've ever had. It just rattles every bone in your body. It is so loud. So incredibly loud. The crew is expected to arrive in 4 days. They'll arrive in the moon in 4 days. And part of that time, keep in mind, is orbiting the Earth and increasing the height of the orbit, increasing the range of the orbit as they test a variety of systems on Orion before they do their final burn to take him into TLI, translunar injection. Well, thanks. I appreciate that, Figure. Thank you very much. Any questions that you guys have, I'm happy to answer them if I can. Tower's overflowing a bit. That just may be the sound suppression system. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the rationale for a sound suppression system and what it is, it's an enormous amount of water that is spewed out underneath the rocket. I mean, we're talking millions of gallons of water very quickly. And the reason that's done is noise is disrupted by water droplets. The more water droplets you have, the more it disrupts the sound waves. And the reason you want that, if the sound waves are not disrupted, they will reverberate off the launch pad, off the tarmac, and travel right back up into the rocket and damage it before it can get off the pad. The space shuttle did not have a proper deluge system. And the reason they didn't is because they had used a deluge system for Saturn V, but Saturn V used liquid boosters, liquid engines. And the shuttle used solid rocket boosters that had a different and much more powerful overpressure wave. And so when that happened, it damaged the shuttle, knocked some of the heat tiles off, that sort of thing. And so as a result, they had to upgrade the deluge system to disrupt the sound waves. Hey, Colorado, my home state. Thanks very much, and I will keep up the work. Over 400 people in the audience right now. Really appreciate it. CNN's reporting NASA's fixed the issue. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard things back and forth on the FTS thing, but I think we're good. Okay, folks. We're just over an hour from launch at this point. Just over an hour, guys. Yeah, we've been struggling with the audio the whole time, folks. Do the best we can. Audio levels are different for different viewers. One thing that makes a difference is the fact that I am out here in a crowded tiki bar and talking to you on a conventional mic, so that might make a difference. And see, Davis, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Makes me angry. And what makes me happy? What makes me angry is when money is wasted, is spent inefficiently and unwisely. What makes me happy is when we have a successful flight, even if it's from a rocket that was too expensive to begin with. If it's successful and it has people on board, few things make me happier than that. A successful human-rated flight is a big, big deal. Well, good, Figure. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you learned something new about the water deluge and sound suppression. Yep, that is the most important thing that it's for. And the first launch of Columbia had a problem because they didn't suppress the sound from those solid rocket boosters enough, and it knocked off some of the heat tiles. Not enough to make it dangerous, but enough to scare NASA. And then they really improved the deluge system after that. And they use the same deluge system for this launch, obviously, because they're using the same solid rocket boosters that they used for the shuttle. The only difference is that these things have more segments, more fuel, so they can burn longer. But other than that, they're practically identical. Yeah, I know what you mean, Mick. I'm so excited myself. Wow. Yeah, I should have prepared some champagne. I don't drink a lot of alcohol, though, to be honest, guys. I tend to avoid it. As a recovering heroin addict, I'm not much of a drinker. So I'm going to have to celebrate with some Coca-Cola, I guess. Figure, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Yeah, for those of you, once again, who may have been shocked by what I just said, I have been in recovery from heroin addiction for 7.5 years now. Happy to talk about it. I like to talk about it openly for anybody else who happens to be struggling with the same problem or any addiction related problem. And I'm happy to talk about whether you're using or not. My email is in the description. If you send me your contact info, I'll be happy to give you a call and talk to you. If you want somebody to talk to, and believe me, being in that position myself one time, I know what it's like. Can NASA create a reusable rocket? Yes, they can. But Richard, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mars Direct will answer 2 questions. Real quick, we'll do Mars Direct second. Can NASA create a reusable rocket? Yes, they already have. The shuttle. The shuttle was reusable. They reused the shuttle and its engines and its solid rocket boosters over and over and over again. The problem is that it was such an expensive process to reuse it. It ended up not saving any money. It was SpaceX who figured out how to reuse rockets and to do it affordably. So that was the big difference there. Mars Direct, for me, even though I certainly understand why people want to do it, Moon to Mars, I think, is a better plan, simply because we need to practice living in interplanetary space first before we graduate to a Mars mission. A Mars mission is going away from Earth for a very long period of time, 6 months one way, and that is a very, very difficult thing, And so we want to get more experienced in surviving and operating in interplanetary space where radiation levels are high. Thank you. Your sponsor for this audition. Oh, well, thank you. There you go. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Sure, no, I'll be happy to talk to you. Sorry. We have folks around, by the way, who, of course, we're in a huge crowd. Some of them are interested in what I'm doing. So in any event, sometimes we'll get into some conversations. So thank you. I appreciate it. All the nice things that were just said about that. Yeah, it's recovery is a very difficult thing, and it takes a huge toll, not just on yourself, but on the people who are close to you. And so one of the best ways to recover, one of the best ways to deal with the issue, as far as I'm concerned, is to get engaged in the issue and help others to recover. Okay, so BBC saying go for launch 2, things are resolved. Yep. Good. Yeah, Mike, you're right. It could happen to anybody. It is a bit of a shock. And I was a heavy user too, at least 2 grams a day. It was crazy. By the grace of God, I'm still alive. So anyway, we demand Alpaca, yes, the other human landing system that probably would have gotten the job done better than the ones they're working on right now. All righty. Hey, thanks. I appreciate all the kind words. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do my utmost to be open about that and just see what I can to help educate folks and help people understand that you're right. It can happen to anybody, even though you don't, quote, look like an addict, unquote. That doesn't mean anything. Mm, okay, we're good. All right. Uh, 2 grams of dope, of heroin, and mixed sometimes with fentanyl. So, yeah, horrendous stuff. More than enough to kill most people many times over. But I had built up a tremendous tolerance. So, yeah, just horrendous stuff. And same, should be dead, but I'm not. So, I feel very, very fortunate. Anyway. Yes, Alpaca be rushed in it, not now, unfortunately. Alpaca, all the people who are involved in the design and the work on it, they've moved on to other companies. There's really no possibility for that to be an option for us now. It's too late in the game. Yeah. Yep, it was not a great time in my life, that's for sure. The fact that I'm still alive is pretty miraculous. So, well, thank you. You never beat addiction, just so you know. Sarah, you're always in danger. There's always a possibility that you could relapse. You have to be vigilant every single day, fight the good fight every single day, because it takes one slip and you're right right back off the wagon. So that's one of the first things you need to admit to yourself, is that it's going to be a struggle for the rest of your life. Just got to stay focused on it and take it day by day. Yes, I would love to come see you. I'd love to come see you, David. Absolutely. When I get back to Britain, I will. Absolutely, when I get back. Yeah, when I was going to go see David, just so you know, he was texting me or in the chat, and then all of a sudden I got a horrendous skin infection in my leg. My leg blew up to like double its normal size. It was horrifying, and it took quite some time for me to recover from that. Just terrible timing. Thanks, Airborne Bob. Thanks so much, Airborne Bob. Rob Delacruz, a longtime supporter of the channel, here for me again. Thank you so much, as always. All right. Boy, 450 people now. Good for you. Good for you, Musk 69. I'm so happy to hear that. Hearing a story like that really makes my day all the time. Thank you so much for being clean. I'm so sorry about what happened to your father. I'm so sorry about what happened to him. It's just so tragic. Got it's a two-pronged plan. The first part is just to use an expendable rocket to get an expendable lander on the moon the old-fashioned way. At the same time, they're working on a Starship clone to do reusable moon missions. So they're doing both at the same time, which is the best way to do it. And they've made so much progress. I just don't see how they don't win this race, but maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. Oh, sure. I absolutely think, Baldwin, that it's possible for launches from orbit. Absolutely. 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 Yeah, we've been hearing different things about the volume. So we're just, we're doing our best. We've had some audio challenges over the course of the day. And also the internet connection may be a little shaky right now because there are so many people who are here all using the internet on their cell phones. So I have a feeling that we're probably going to lose our signal right when the liftoff takes place, but we'll still have NASA's feed no matter what. What's up? Yeah. Oh, here's another one, looks like. Thanks, Musk69. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Yeah, space elevator would be cool. Lunar space elevator is more likely. It'd be easier to make one of those work. You're not fighting as much gravity. There's no space debris or very little. I don't think so. Folks, hang on one second. Let me check. Michelle, I think I may have missed your super chat. Michelle McCow, I think it's possible that I missed your super chat. I apologize for that. Yeah. I did mention that one. Yeah, I mentioned that one. So I'm sorry, but I think I've gotten everybody else. I think I've noticed everybody else's support. Okay, let's wave to the aliens on the flyby. I like that. That's good. It's done. Get the refueling. Yeah, well, I think they can do it. I think it's possible. It's just a matter of how long it takes them to perfect the process. I mean, that's what's going to be more challenging, is how long is it going to take for them to actually get it down pat. So, and again, it needs to be perfected. We may have lost, I think we lost picture. But then it shows that we're active here. Can you find out? Sorry, folks. I'm just making sure we're okay. Okay, we're all right. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm getting paranoid. For a moment, I thought we lost picture. 53 and a half minutes, roughly. No hydrogen leaks. None at all. It's amazing. There's been no mention of it. Fueling was all completed. They're doing top-offs. They've been doing top-offs all day without any mention of to lick that problem. Now, it's possible there may be some small leaks that are just too small to mention. That could be. Hi, Norway. Thanks for checking in. Yes, ULA definitely had similar plans for refueling. The reason they had to stop is because there was a senator from Alabama who threatened to pull all of his support for the space program if they tried to do low Earth orbit refueling, because he wanted a big super rocket that got everything in there in one launch, an SLS basically. And so ULA gave up on refueling plans because of that. Just corrupt politics. Corrupt politics. But these things happen. Sorry. All right, folks. We are down to just over 50 minutes. 5-0. That's kind of shocking to see how close we're getting at this point. Kind of shocking. We're now have over 500 people in the audience. We're very happy to have you folks here. Thank you very much. And just getting astonishingly close today. I thought that there'd be some kind of hydrogen leak or something in the early stages, but you know what? There isn't. It's kind of amazing. So we are right, I tell you, moments away. Looks like we have the hatch closed successfully. So that step is done. Do we have a retracted gantry? No, the gantry is still there. No retraction yet. All over the world. Just go ahead. Can you give that back to him or whatever? Yeah, go ahead. Maybe the Vulcans will notice this launch. I like that. That's good. All right, so we're hovering around 500 people in the audience. Once again, really happy to have you folks here. What's up? Okay. Saying it's actually. All right, did you just send a new link? What? What? I'm out fast data. They're going to write. Okay, so what does that mean? Is that how you're running? Were you running that off of that?
director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12, 1981. Then NASA SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis 2 with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home.
I can see you're inactive. You know we are. Okay, nice. That actually it's not reading. Sorry, folks. Can I be heard? Just let me know if you can hear me. Can't hear anything. Audio is horrible, whatever that means. Well, it's not even showing it. Okay. You can hear me? Great audio. So guys, we are almost at the point where we're lifting off anyway. At this point.
Begin the Artemis 2 mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the moon board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the Proximity Operations Demonstration. And this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, and the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is, again, going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, All right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them
It's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon, and the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launched, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis 2 crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis 2 crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis 2 astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. I like your dabbing astronaut back there. It's just so fun to see the enthusiasm, the energy, and a little bit of chaos.
3, 2, 1. Wasn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement and, you know, even just being real. Like, I don't remember what I was
I know,
gonna
he
ask.
goes, but I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there probably an hour ago, and now take a look at all.
I'm here whenever you're ready. All right, folks, I don't know if you can hear me, but we are not capable. We've run into problems with our internet, which we figure we probably would, given the enormous avalanche of people that we're dealing with and all of them hitting the internet simultaneously. But we're going to try to at least talk to you. And of course, you're going to have the NASA stream at the same time. So we are moments away. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, there are people saying they can hear me. Okay. Apparently you can hear me. Okay, folks, I'm glad to see that you can hear me. So we're doing our best, but I can't see the chat, just so you know, or at least I can't see it all that consistently. So we're just going to talk you through the rest of this process. Obviously, you'll be able to see the liftoff. In addition, we are recording. We're going to record the launch as it goes. Bear with me for a moment. So yeah, we are waiting here. Just a sec. Currently, it appears we have about 20 minutes to lift off. We just lost everything. Lost the vast majority of our internet capability. And with that, I'm capable of communicating essentially through a voice call through you folks is how we're doing it right now with the assistance of our really helpful producer in Scotland. Derek is helping us make this happen so that we can at least talk, so I can at least let you know what I'm seeing. And of course, you're going to be able to see it on the NASA stream as well. The tension here is palpable. It's getting intense at the moment. I can't even begin to describe. It's about the frustration, struggle I went through trying to get everything working properly. And voice communication may be difficult too, to be honest. We're gonna do the best we can here, guys. We're gonna do the very best we can. The internet is so bad right now just because there's a zillion people hammering the connection all at once. But you folks will be able to see the NASA stream as this happens. And hopefully you'll be able to hear the insanity, the insane amount of noise that's going to happen over here as a result of this rocket and its solid rocket boosters and all of this insane inferno going off simultaneously. All of this should be quite insane, to say the least. And frankly, again, I cannot believe that we are this close to all of this happening. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to check the chat periodically. Give me 1 second. At least I'm still getting the chat through at the moment, and hopefully you guys can hear me. And it's getting real. I honestly can't believe how close we are at the moment. It's kind of mind-boggling. And yeah, it's we are at this stage, near as we can tell, less than 20 away from getting to the moon. Minutes It's kind of hard to believe. So you got tell you, the words are escaping me right now. I will check the chat again and see if anybody has any questions or anything. All right, I'm going to be checking the chat periodically. If you guys do have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. But as you can see on your NASA stream, everything is going. It may be that you're going to hear me getting kind of worked up and excited a little bit before actually launch on your screens to tell exactly how this is going to work now that I am communicating. And this is as a result of our generous producer in Scotland, who is essentially letting me talk to you through his WhatsApp on his mobile phone, just so you can hear my voice, hear my coverage event as it's closing in on and it is so close as we were so close, approximately 17 minutes, 18 minutes, sorry. We are so close. It's making my spin. I did not think we would get this far. There's probably there's at least one whole plan on have a brief, but overall, I really think we would get this close without significant issues coming up. God knows what else. Did not expect that any of that was going to happen. So are still waiting for this incredible moment. I was born in the same year as when Neil Armstrong took his first steps on. I was a mere 4 months old at the time when my mother was staying up with me, a little baby, kind of like my daughter. And so that's how old I was. And human beings took their first steps. And now it's from taking an incredibly important step, sending humans just 9 minutes at this point is what we're hearing. 9 minutes off. Again, there's probably a built-in hole at some point. You might get star just as well as we could imagine. He doesn't seem to be a significant problems right now. There's a lot of wind over here. No, I know it's not like in games like that though. And again, over here, over the waters, to say exactly the wind conditions at the time and whether or not it's a serious issue. The skies full, a little bit of few clouds, but water's a little bit more. A while ago, though, a little bit more in the way of wind, although I just doesn't feel like doesn't feel like the kind of wind that's going to present a problem. Rolling closer and closer by the second. Right on the edge, folks. It's a lot of tension here. A lot of excitement. It's packed. Excited. I'm personally playing here. Including one of the biggest rocket aim in history. Is an incredible experience, but I'm not sending people back to the moon. Approximately 6 minutes. As I say, there's at least one built-in hold. But, oh my God. Again, I cannot begin to describe the excitement. Not sure if you'll even be able to hear me. The chances are people are just going to start hammering that so badly the voice won't come through to you. Do my very best. All right, folks. We did enter into a hole. Currently are. They may have already gotten going again.
Risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay, well there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
We're going to start that clock.
Copy that, thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge. ECL copies. And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
But not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
NTD CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies. Rock copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system. And they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
It's really... Derek, don't worry. Okay.
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander.
Hey, if you can hear 3 minutes away, we are at like 5 minutes, maybe less. I produce in the middle. Ready. Okay. At this point, I'm not sure. We have 5 minutes current. Off. I'm getting ready to list. The is poised. Internet has been its exact punches. CR tried to lost our prime and to cover the yeah. I can't believe it. It's in 20 minutes. These folks to our years, all of this waiting, all of these programs that started and stopped, all of the ambitions and hopes and dreams of trying to get back on and programs and being all of these years of frustration, and it Yeah, you got to stay focused on what you're doing there. Best of luck to you. 2 minutes, seconds. That's what I'm hearing. We're talking about. Yeah. If it's coming to the internet, who knows? It can't be. Using shuttle angle who listed this thing canceled, shut down, something else moment that that's that today. Frames under the shoulder. To we have different people per and from. We got internet, different internet. We got to be close. 11 minutes into what I extended. Aaron, less than minutes. Don't miss this. It'd be nice to do that. It's very, yeah, it's difficult to do if the internet's all. If we had a old fashioned, but I heard that a while ago. We wouldn't be hearing anything. It's too. We would a signal line, an observation. Oh, we have ignition! We have ignition! My God! Clear the tower! Artemis 2 has cleared the tower! Oh! Some serious noise, guys. Serious from these massive RB. Go, folks. Spectre. To the moon. Go. Spectacular. Just beautiful. Into a clear blue sky over Canaveral. So things are looking very good, but again, I can't see the way you folks can. My God. Go, look at it go. Waiting for SR. Waiting for SRB separation. SRB separation. SRB separation complete. Again, these sorts of things make me very nervous. These things happen. You see 2 pinpoint, 2 solid rocket boosters appear to separate successfully. Artemis 2 climbing into space.
Separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
The moon! Hell yeah! I'm sure you did.
Mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation. Minutes into the flight. Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see you sail on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Am I on? Folks, I'm sorry, go ahead, Derek. All right, folks, I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm hoping you can. Again, the internet, everything was completely clogged to where even voice communication became almost impossible. I don't know how much of my commentary you heard, but we got all of it recorded. We tracked it into the atmosphere. A beautiful launch, beautiful SRB separation, just a gorgeous, gorgeous liftoff. It took me back to the times of the shuttle, obviously, since similar technology was used there, but for RS-25s and upgraded solid rocket boosters, that creates a new type of environment. And my God, the fact that it all went so smoothly, the fact that there was just one brief hold, and then after that, NASA lit that candle. I continue to be in a state of utter disbelief. What a triumphant moment. Hopefully, once again, I don't know what SLS is doing out in space right now, but currently, from where I'm sitting, this looked like a triumphant moment for NASA, a triumphant moment for human space flight, and a triumphant moment for Artemis. And I can't wait to see what they've got for us next. In the meantime, it's just, to apologize once again for the struggles that we went through with this broadcast, but I'm glad we were at least able to bring you the spectacular NASA footage. And also, we captured all of this recorded, and we're bringing you everything that we got as well. We're going to bring that to you here just as soon as we can upload it tonight, although it's going to take us many hours to return to our hotel, unfortunately, given the enormous mass of humanity that's out here right now. But so much excitement, so much happiness, some people so thrilled, including so many young people who never got to see Apollo fly, including my producer who never saw that. It's just a remarkable, remarkable time for human space flight, and I'll never, ever forget it. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for making all of this possible. Don't forget to check the store, guys, because if you want to commemorate this moment, I've got a perfect piece of merchandise for you. Until next time, stay angry about space.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Integrity, good. NEDS deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
"13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis 2 lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. You know, we've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you feel as someone who, you know, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. You know, man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. You know, they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old, just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space. And I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis 2 mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity anywhere until that momentary prop caution.
And read no action, we're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course, the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. A successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone, and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and the board to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee raise burn that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our arrow visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here. The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying. From this visualization, they look fully stowed in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting. This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching 28 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, we've had a successful liftoff from the pad at 5:35 p.m. and 12 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We've had a good main engine cutoff, core stage separation, and a good trajectory to begin today's mission. Right now, the spacecraft has maneuvered tail to sun. We're standing by for another maneuver to maneuver into the burn attitude. This is where the RL-10 engine of the ICPS is pointed in the correct orientation for the perigee raise maneuver. We did hear confirmation that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Capcom Stan Love reading up to the crew of Integrity. They will switch the navigation source from channel 1, standing by for confirmation that that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when, and as at least watching to confirm that that switch has occurred. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that we're heading towards, not too long from now, we're actually inside 20 minutes at this time from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. We did have a successful deployment and latched of all 4 solar array wings. This is the configuration needed to commit to the perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston will continue to evaluate that everything is good before committing to that burn. The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day and set them up for the right position to execute the translunar injection and head to the moon tomorrow. The burn duration of the perigee raise maneuver is 26 seconds. A relatively short burn, but it does raise the perigee and do the job to get into the correct position before firing that main engine on the ICPS. The pad had a TDRS handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites. East to west, they are geosynchronous satellites that are positioned around the globe. And as Orion makes its way around the Earth right now, above the west coast of Africa, at an altitude of about 923 statute miles, and counting. The perigee raise maneuver is not executed at the perigee. It is rather executed on the, actually closer to the apogee. But what it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit to 100 nautical miles. The 26-second duration burn does not conflict with the time that they reported of the tracking and data relay satellite handover from TDRS east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well. That time of handover is 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Plenty of margin before the perigee raise maneuver cutoff happens, and the trajectory is analyzed to see whether it was a good burn Good burn means that the burn was performed as expected and sets the trajectory on course for that 100 nautical mile perigee target mark. Again, for those sticking with us on NASA Plus and following along on our coverage, we will continue to follow and to cover the mission until, actually, we'll continue to cover the mission 24/7. But we'll wrap up our coverage here shortly. And now that solar array wing deployment has occurred on NASA Plus and Amazon Prime. Again, we will continue coverage 24/7 at the NASA YouTube channel. For those that want to see all of the upcoming milestones, there are select times where we will be coming back to NASA Plus and other streaming platforms. You can go to nasa.gov to find the latest on when to find those activities. Given that this is an operational mission, we do want to make sure that we are maintaining transparency in the mission and providing you all the information on what's happening in space as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen head on their mission around the moon. Inside integrity at this time. Again, the solar array wings have deployed. The integrity is maneuvering to its burn attitude ahead of the execution of the perigee raise maneuver. Overseeing these steps is primarily done by Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen focusing on some of the system activation inside of Orion, namely the environmental and control and life support systems. The activation and checkout of some of these critical systems are very important to continuing on the mission, making sure that those systems are in a good condition and in a reliable condition to provide the necessary environmental and control needs of the crew with humans on board through the duration of the mission that extends 10 flight days. Standing by for an update to the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition. Should be right up to the crew very shortly.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that update, we are approaching a little more than 13 minutes from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. That time updated to be 2 seconds earlier was 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. We'll now move to 49 minutes, 48 seconds. The duration of the burn, that's what was referred to as the TGO, will still remain at 26 seconds. Relatively short duration burn, again, just raises the perigee of the orbit today. Making sure they hit the mark on that time of ignition is the primary concern of Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen inside activating those environmental control and life support systems. At this time, all 4 crew members are wearing the launch and entry suits.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds-ish, maybe.
Pilot Victor Glover confirming that that maneuver less than 2 minutes. Again, that the point of that maneuver is to point the main engine of the ICPS, the RL-10 engine, in the proper orientation to execute that 26-second burn. It needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles. You heard some of the environmental control system activations over Orion to Earth. Jeremy Hansen activated the O2 sensors. They'll be measuring the cabin of Orion. During all of the activations, here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position to go ahead and execute the perigee raise maneuver. Once concluded, Stan Love will report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and saws.
Hey, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. The maneuver to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed. They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power and powering up those batteries of Integrity, of which a cross-tie was enabled between the four batteries, the four battery buses that are inside of Orion. However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings will be put into a position to take on the loads imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction, those solar array wings being pointed forward. You're getting a live look inside the Artemis 2 mission flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our four astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with flight controllers shifting on 3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis 2 while in flight. We will cover that live on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for today's launch coverage. We'll see you again soon for Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, it was such a pleasure to be a part of this historic mission that started right here at Kennedy Space Center. It was such an amazing sight to be a part of. And now, as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey, we here at the Kennedy Space Center are about to wrap our broadcasts. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues at Johnson Space Center starting as soon as we sign off, so don't worry. You can follow along our 4 astronauts every minute of their nearly 10-day journey to the moon and back. Nicole, I'll definitely be watching it, and I'm sure you will, too.
Yes, of course. You know, they just started, right? The launch was beautiful. This was a historic day. They're on their way back to the moon for the first time in over half a century, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them, and so we're excited to see what they have to do and excited to test out the Orion spacecraft. This is a test flight after all, and we're excited to see what we can learn from this mission.
Very humbling, inspiring. It was really amazing to be a part of this, and I'm so glad that so many people joined along by either watching here in person or watching online. And of course, Nicole, thank you so much for sitting through this, answering questions, adding so much context and information that really brought a lot out of what we saw today.
Oh man, I had a blast. You're a rock star. You're a professional. This was great.
Oh, you're great.
So this was a wonderful day.
Well, again, thank you so much, and thank you to you for watching at home. You know, tonight we didn't just launch a rocket, we launched the next chapter of human exploration. Our Artemis 2 crew now on their way back to the moon, and we're taking you with us. So thank you again for watching, and go Artemis 2. All 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights, the card game.
pointed in the right direction, and the solar arrays are in the position to take on the loads imparted by the 26-second burn. Now at 1 minute to the perigee raise maneuver. The teams here are part of the ascent team of the Artemis 2 mission. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking and data relay satellites. We are in a night pass, as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. So we have, you can see the Terminator line right just west of the Philippines and the west coast of Australia, where we'll start to get some sunlight again. Now we're just seconds away from the time of ignition. We have ignition. You can see the perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to teeter's handover.
Copy that. We see the sable on board, and the sun is rising on integrity.
Outstanding.
And with that, the first burn of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon.
Houston,
there are
integrity for toilet setup, step 2.5.
Go ahead.
Yes, there was not an installed oxon inlet filter, even with empty oxone in the hose when I opened up the filter.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we had a good perigee raise maneuver that sets us on course to execute the next major burn, the apogee raise burn. Now, the perigee raise maneuver just adjusts the orbit while we are in low Earth orbit, but the apogee raise burn is quite a significant burn, just shy of 18 minutes long.
Integrity Houston, on TDRS West, White Sands is receiving data. Houston is not. We're still troubleshooting.
That was Capcom Stan Love, part of the Ascent team here in Mission Control Houston. We changed over to point to one of the tracking and data relay satellites at the expected time. That time was updated to 51 minutes, 26 seconds of mission elapsed time, going from TDRS East to TDRS West. Upon switching to TDRS West, Mission Control Houston not seeing some of the data coming from Orion, coming from Integrity. So we're standing by to regain the ability and troubleshoot some of the rationale as to why we are having some intermittent gaps in our data and communications with the crew. Now again, as the teams are troubleshooting.
Integrity Houston in the blind. We see good solar normal maneuver. ARB TIG is expected to be 45 seconds earlier than the pad. That's 1 hour, 46 minutes, 0.9 seconds. No update to TIGO yet.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston. He used the term "in the blind." That refers to as part of the data that we are not getting from the TDRS West satellite. Noting that we understand that we may not be receiving communications from the crew, though they may be able to hear us. So Stan Love reporting what status is known on our end. We do know that from the data we are receiving that the upper stage and Integrity have maneuvered to solar normal, meaning that the orientation, the attitude of the spacecraft is such that the solar rays can draw the maximum amount of power.
Integrity Houston in the blind for Christina. Just before the TDRS handover, we heard your report about the lack of an oxone inlet filter. We copy that there is not one installed as expected, but please put in a new one.
Team here you see in this row at the Capcom console is NASA astronaut Stan Love. The voice that you're hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew of Integrity. A Capcom voice that you'll hear throughout the mission as well. Next to Dr. Love, to his right, is Jackie Mahaffey, the Chief Training Officer for the Artemis II crew, and a voice that you'll hear from here in Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Judd Freeling is to Stan Love's left. The Ascent Flight Director and leading the teams through the Ascent that happened today. And to the left of Judd Freeling is Flight Director Rick Henfling, part of the entry teams here on console to oversee the Ascent portion. He'll be returning to console on Flight Day 9 to prepare for the splashdown on a nominal timeline for flight day 10.
Houston in the blind. We're rebooting some ground equipment to try to recover the link. Expect 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the teams here are troubleshooting the lack of a forward link, the inability to communicate with the crew aboard Orion. Teams are troubleshooting and planning to reset some ground equipment as the forward link was dropped at the time that we switched from TDRS East to TDRS West. That happened, that handover period started at mission elapsed time of 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Capcom Stan Love reporting some updates, what is called in the blind, meaning that though we...
Integrity Houston in the blind, expecting an imminent automated swap to string 2 on board. Also, reminder, we are still receiving good ICPS data.
Again, Capcom Stan Love reporting to the crew in the blind, meaning there may be an ability for the crew to hear the calls from the ground. We do know that we are not able to hear any of the crew calls coming from Orion. We did just confirm that we are receiving data from the upper stage, and that allows us to understand and confirm the attitude and orientation of both spacecraft, knowing that they are at solar normal. And with the reboot, we're starting to get some data here. We'll confirm that the data we are receiving is good. With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hallis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
And good to hear yours as well.
All right, we are still trying to understand whether the automated swap to S-band string 2 recovered comm for us or what was going on the ground. We gave you calls about an ARB TIG and an Oxone inlet filter. Did you copy them?
Copied all.
Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data. We're getting confirmation that is updating some of our telemetry that shows that the solar array wings have been reconfigured to the solar normal. Again, drawing as much power as possible. While Integrity is in flight and awaiting the next burn, the apogee raise burn. And you just heard confirmed, though Stan Love was reporting some things in the blind, meaning we could not hear the crew respond to any of the calls that were going on Orion to Earth. We did confirm from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity that they did hear all of the calls that Capcom Stan Love was reporting.
And Integrity for comm, while we are sorting out the earlier comm loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
Copy S-band string 2 and quid 19 has been inhibited for right CCD.
Copy quid 19.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman working through his steps. At this time in the timeline, mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen should be closing out some of the procedures that were activating some of the environmental control and life support systems. And again, those steps relayed from Capcom Stan Lev were received by the crew, so they did copy them and address any of the feedback that was provided by Capcom Stan Love. The launch and entry suits for Mission Specialist 1 and 2, that's Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, per the timeline, they are in the period of time to doff or take off the suits. The launch and entry suits for Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will remain on until after a successful apogee raise burn. Their role is to oversee the successful burn there. In the meantime, they're configuring some of their equipment and configuration that's needed ahead of the day's activities, starting with covering a CCD cursor control device. And they're well on their way to a nominal timeline, of course, addressing the communication link by resetting some ground equipment and changing the string of communications, which addressed the issue, and now we're getting full data from the ICPS as well as the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, questions for Jeremy and for Christina?
Stan, can you power on the toilet, and then we'll stand by for your words for Jeremy and Christina.
Toilet power up is in work. The questions are, can you confirm the HHP cam has been powered down? And then the question for Christina is whether the urine filter, that's the rubber part, was installed, but just no beads connected.
And that's affirmative. The filter was installed, no beads.
Thank you.
And Stan, we are wrapping up PWD right now. Jeremy will get the HHP cameras after that. There was a tremendous amount of back pressure on all those settings, so it's taken a little bit of all the connectors, so it's taken a little bit of time.
Copy. Thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman aware of the steps, the initial steps for mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, working on some of the systems inside, while the commander and pilot monitor the flight of Integrity.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
We copy that, Stan. Thank you.
Some of the equipment inside needs to be activated by flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The activation of some of these necessary for their trip on their first day in orbit as part of the Artemis 2 mission. while Christina Cook addressed the waste systems that are on board now that they're activated and purged. Jeremy Hansen working on the potable water dispenser, rather. One of his initial steps is to activate the equipment and start filling some bags as a reserve. He's working through those steps. The HHP camera is one of the internal cameras inside of Integrity. HHP camera was one that was captured through the duration of ascent and recorded into the flight computers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I doubt it helps you at all, Stan. But that whole time that you all had, it seemed like you had a good forward link. We just had no return. We saw a good frame lock, and everything looked good. The only thing we did not have was a good ping. I don't know if that helps you.
That helps a lot, Reed. Thank you for that report. Integrity Houston for saws. We saw the saw 3 brake go into error position. We're confident it engaged, but we saw more motion than we expected during the burn. We are cycling the brake on that saw.
Okay, Stan, we copy that. HHP cameras are off, PUP 1 switches are off, Stan.
Copy HHP and PUP, thank you. Integrity Houston, starting thermal roll.
Houston Integrity on toilet, step 6.7.
Go ahead for step 6.7.
Yes, during 6.7, about 20 seconds after starting the water into the funnel, after a nominal startup, the toilet shut down on its own, and I have a blinking amber fault light.
Copy, talking about it. And integrity for toilet, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, CCUs are available in Alpha 2.
We copy, and I'll be returning the funnel to the cradle.
Good config.
This is Mission Control Houston, a readback of some of the communications that occurred on Orion to Earth. We're now at 1 hour, 17 minutes of mission elapsed time. We got confirmation that the upper stage and Integrity began a thermal roll. They are on the illuminated side of the Earth right now at an altitude of just a little more than 1,000 statute miles. The thermal roll allows for even distribution of heating from the sun at that altitude. Distributes it a little more evenly ahead of the apogee rays burn. In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. Now at mission elapsed time of 1 hour, 18 minutes, we are coming up on the post-launch press conference at the Kennedy Space Center, where subject matter experts have gathered to and will address the launch that just occurred, and media will ask some questions. As part of our continuous coverage plan, where we are streaming this mission 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the duration of the Artemis 2 mission, the briefings themselves will also be streamed on this platform. The time of the beginning of the press briefing is scheduled to be 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time today, so coming up in just about 6 minutes. While the post-launch press conference is
Integrity thermal roll complete, and a question for Christina for toilet.
All right, Stan, just give us a minute, and the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude, and Christina's working hard.
Roger. And Integrity, we also have a story about a water tank valve problem during powered flight. We saw an anomalous indication on the water ISO valve between water tanks Bravo and Charlie. Based on the signature we saw with the tanks during the PWD checkout, we think that valve is closed. We are going to troubleshoot that going forward.
Quick recap, the thermal roll is complete, distributing.
Dan, when you got Equus.N2H2O up, give me a call.
I'm looking at it.
Tab stop 17, we show that valve closed, if that helps you.
That is also what we see, and that's exactly the valve we're looking at. Related to that, question for Jeremy. For the PWD checkout, did you check out the primary first or the secondary first?
And Stan, Jeremy says primary first because he had trouble getting the secondary on, and I'm also ready to take your call.
Copy primary first. We appreciate that. Christina, for the toilet, can you please tell us what the status LED is doing? Or was doing when you saw the fault?
It had been on per normal, and there was good suction, and then it turned off when the fault started blinking.
That's valuable information. Thank you.
Teams on the ground continuing to troubleshoot the waste management systems aboard Integrity. Now we'll continue to follow the mission here as the 4 astronauts work on the steps to activate some of the systems and prepare for the apogee raise burn. About 3 minutes from now, 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll start the press briefing. That press briefing will happen on our 24/7 live coverage. While that is happening, you can listen to the Orion to Earth loops and continue to cover the mission and views from the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion. And you can follow that at our clean live stream, also available at NASA's YouTube channel. This is Mission Control Houston, passing 1 hour and 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. The Integrity crew, about 800 statute miles over the Earth, currently passing over Australia. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed that pass over Australia, they were able to peek out the windows and see that view from an altitude that is higher than any of them are used to. Jeremy.
Integrity Houston for GNC, we are taking channel 1 to unfiltered and BFS. Also for the solar array indication we saw earlier, we think that when the brake originally set, it was like on a tooth, and that when the engine lit for PRM, it slipped one tooth. That brake is now showing nominally.
Okay, Sanya, we copy that, and I'm just curious, I feel like about a half an hour ago you took 1 to unfiltered in BFS. Is this nominal, or did something happen?
Victor, this is nominal.
Okay, thanks. Copy.
Now 7 p.m. Central Time, at a mission elapsed time of 1 hour 25 minutes. An update for viewers. We are continuing to cover the Artemis 2 mission and see live views from the solar array wings. The press conference scheduled for 7 p.m. The current start time for that press conference is 7:05 p.m. Central Time, 8:05 p.m. Eastern Time. During the conference, we are expected to execute the apogee raise burn. We're a little more than 20 minutes from the time of ignition of that burn. We do know that the time of ignition has been updated from the pad. This is the predicted time of ignition and trajectory that was uploaded to the crew prior to liftoff. The current time of ignition is 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. The duration of the burn at the pad was 17 minutes 52 seconds. Ahead of the execution of the burn, any changes in that duration will be reported to the crew and uploaded to ensure that the apogee raise burn goes as expected and puts them on the predicted trajectory. That trajectory being 43,730 miles by 0 statute mile orbit. This high Earth orbit will take the crew of Integrity past the tracking and data relay satellites that are positioned about 23,000 miles away from the Earth. Again, they're currently on Tidris West. And they will transition to the Deep Space Network. The apogee raise burn time of ignition again at 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. That is expected and will occur during the post-launch press briefing. So as part of our 24/7 coverage, the briefing itself will overlap with that particular milestone. To follow along on our 24/7 coverage, we won't necessarily stop our coverage. The clean Orion to Earth loops will be available on our clean feed. That will show a view similar to what you're seeing now. This is a view from the solar array wings, and you'll also hear the communications between Capcom's Stan Love here and the crew aboard Integrity, and you can listen as they confirm the execution of the burn and any changes of the burn. When we come back from the press conference, expected about around 8:05 p.m. Central Time, 9:05 p.m. Eastern. We'll go ahead and recap any of the milestones that occurred while we transitioned to the press briefing to answer the questions that come from the press, and continue along on our 24/7 coverage.
Houston Integrity for CFC install. That is complete.
Copy CFC, thank you.
And Houston, just want to let you know, since we're running a touch behind timeline, we have not yet started suit doff for any of the forward crew members. We'll get to it in a bit.
Copy, thank you. Integrity Houston, updated ARB numbers when you're ready.
Stan, we are ready.
And sorry, false alarm. Still integrating on the ground. We'll be back with you shortly.
Good practice call. Talk to you in a second.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. For those still with us, the press briefing that was scheduled to begin at 7:05 will begin shortly. They're just getting set up, and just stay tuned until we are able to transition to beginning.
Activity on Jeremy's timeline is complete.
To the beginning of the press briefing.
Copy docking camera. Thank you.
Teams on the ground are analyzing the time of ignition and what's called T-go, the duration of the burn. At the time ahead of liftoff, the duration of the burn was 17 minutes 52 seconds. There might be some changes. The flight dynamics officer and his support in the back rooms are analyzing to make sure that what they are about to report to the crew is rock solid.
Integrity Houston with new ARB numbers for real this time.
Okay, Stan, we're listening. Go ahead.
ARB TIG, 1 hour, 46 minutes, 07 seconds. TIGO is 18 minutes, 06 seconds.
Okay, Stan, we copy and have entered 1 hour, 46 minutes, 7 seconds for TIG, and TIGO, 18 minutes, 6 seconds.
Thank you for that. With that, we also have an updated time for the handover from teeters west to east. That is going to be over 6 minutes earlier than what's on your pad. You can expect that at MET 2 hours, 03 minutes, 04 seconds, 2:03:04.
2, 3, 4. For handover west to east. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. And Integrity, 2 minutes
Dan,
to
the
maneuver.
PFE is reading 3, which is nominal.
Copy PFE. And Integrity, we are ready for the Eclipse power down per your execute note.
All right, as we've continued to follow along on the mission, here in Mission Control Houston and on the Orion to Earth loops, we'll take you over to the beginning of the press briefing, the post-launch press briefing over at the Kennedy Space Center.
Integrity, MCC pulls go for ARB pending attitude and saws.
Integrity. Houston, integrity for power down.
Go ahead.
All right, we see the roll, Stan, and for power down.